Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, July the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. It lets me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Great. So first of all, the trade of the week this week is CLF. CLF suggested entry around that 1726 mark. So it's right at that mark. This is pre-market, of course. So and how you trade it, of course, will be completely up to you. I can sort of see why he's looking at it. I would probably, yeah, 1727 is not bad, I guess, because the next high is looking left on the weekly or on 1850. So, anyway, that is the trade of the week. So, not that many earnings plays this morning. We'll have a ton for the balance of the week, but not so many today. But again, we're still in the midst of big earnings season. Lots and lots of companies releasing this week, more than last week, actually. So what is happening so far? I really don't like looking at these small ones right now when we're in earnings season. But again, today we don't have a lot of earnings plays. But let's take a look at some of these now. China CHNR, China Natural Resources is up 43%. I'm trying to see a reason after the company agreed to sell all outstanding shares of Precise Space-Time Technology. Okay, so they've got some kind of a sale going on. Whoops. So that is a CHNR, low float, of course, 2.6 million in the float. ALLR, trading higher after the company collaborated. Okay, there we go. After the company collaborated, etc. Okay, so this is still kind of hanging in there. What did it get? A high of 379. So it's a bit of a pullback. Now, again, this is even a crazier low float, 500,000 in the float. AURC. Remember, I know there was news on this one last week, right? On Friday. See if I can see what the news was. Anyway, it looks like it's a bit of a continuation type play. It did hit, yeah, that's right. It hit $63 in the yesterday on Friday, and so it is pulled back all the way to 44, but it is still very active. Ah, of course, this is a SPAC. Sorry, guys, this is a SPAC. SILC is actually an earnings play. SILC is an earnings play, and this is gap down pretty solidly. Look at that, 25% on earnings. Boy, that is one big gap down. You can't even see it on this daily chart. It's at 29.12 right now. So it's way down here. This is a big gap down for it. And that is SILC. So Archer, one of the EVTOL plays, vertical takeoff and landing plays. So they had some pretty big news. William has sort of said, well, their earnings per share won't be that great, but $142 million in contracts with DoD. I don't know over what length of time that is. Value up to 142 million, always the up to. So there's ACHR. And so I don't see any specific news for Joby, but I think that's dragged Joby up a bit, JOBY. That's the other one in the sector, the other main one in the sector. So that has dragged Joby up a bit. I know a lot of you guys follow Sophie, SOFI. So Sophie is an earnings play today. SOFI is an earnings play today. Let's see. We have no short flow information there. There's something still going on with our provider on that. But anyway, this big float though, 819 million in the float. That's a big move with that float, 8.8% so far, over 10, pretty big, significantly over 10. So that is the SOFI. SYM is an earnings play. SYM is an earnings play. I think this is gapped up on earnings. Yes, gapped up on earnings. Now there is a low float. Wow, that's a super low float for a $45 stock. 5 million in the float. What's that spread like? It's not as bad as I thought it would be. 45.52, 45.85 bid ask. I thought it might have even been around $1 with that float and that price. Anyway, this is a nice gap up for it. The next high is looking left or around 48. Just as I'm talking, I'm hearing Sophie, guys. Sophie's just making new highs. ON. Now, this could be interesting. This is an all-time high, I believe. ON is a semi, of course, semiconductor corporation. Even says so. ON is an all-time high now, guys. This is an earnings play. All-time high for ON. Lots of volume. Big float, 429 million in the float. But this could be one of those. I mean, there's obviously no resistance. AMT, CAMT, CAMT is an earnings play. CAMT is an earnings play, and this is gapped down a little bit. Israeli stock gapped down a little bit on earnings. Are you guys talking about APLS? APLS, another earnings play. Boy, this has been beaten up badly from 86 all the way down to 31 in about a week and a half. This is an earnings play and now starting to give it up. It did pop up to 41 in the pre-market. It has given up $10 now, and it's actually gone negative. And that is APLS. And Wayfair. Wayfair is an earnings play. Wayfair is an earnings play, and I believe that Piper Sandler put a $97 price target on them. Well, let's see how much weight they have, Piper Sandler has, in helping W increase their share price a little bit today, over and above. Obviously, their earnings was pretty good. At least that's the reaction. I don't know why. I'm sorry, guys. This is not an earnings play. I'm sorry. This is not an earnings play. They have earnings on the 3rd this week. I don't know why I thought it was. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just Piper Sandler upgraded them to overweight with a target of 97. So, excuse me, this is not an earnings play. Alpaca on B plus. Is it related to trade? I don't think it's got anything to do with trade the pool, but Alpaca, I don't believe is still alive on B plus. I know it's. I think we're getting closer and closer. I don't think it's alive yet though. But I don't think it's got anything to do with trade the pool. Sophie guys continues to inch its way up. Actually, that's not quite an inch. I mean, that's big. Big float, 819 million in the float. That's a pretty big pop from 1020 to 1060. And look at Sophie go. Well, the next high is looking left. Well, it's above that on the weekly. Let's take a look on the weekly a little bit further out. And we're at 1069, 1070 right now. Looks like there's a little bit of resistance, maybe around 1070 on the weekly chart. Yeah, it just keeps moving here, guys. Yeah, XPEV is actually taking a bit of a hit this morning. I took a look at KWeb, kind of still basically neutral. KWEB is not moving higher, but XFEB is moving lower. I am looking at, I don't know how much weight these guys have got, but UBS price target of 23. So it's, I don't know if that's the reason. I don't see any other news. UBS downgrades XPEV to $23, but I don't see. I mean, are they that powerful? Let's take a look at NIO, NIO and Lee. See if they're moving. Nope. Take a look at LI. Yeah, so XPEV is, I mean, I guess that downgrade by UBS is affecting them. That's not 8%. I don't see any other reason for it. Any other news on it? Interesting. Okay, now I will take a look at the upgrades and downgrades, see if there's anything interesting there. So again, David, I don't see why Alpaca would have anything to do with trade the pool. I may be completely wrong, but Alpaca is just a broker, so I'm not sure why they would have really anything to do with trade the pool. But you know what I can do? I will pop that in. Somebody will know the answer to that. Okay, I'll just ask the question to the other traders. Chris would probably know that because he's. But we'll see. All right, upgrades and downgrades now, guys. Let's take a look. Anything interesting? Okay, well, let's see. Morgan Stanley, you're going to play a real expensive one. Take a look at Adobe. So Morgan Stanley has upgraded Adobe from 510 to 660. See what it is right now. All right, so that's 510 to 660. That's according to Morgan Stanley. Meanwhile, guys, XPEV just getting hit. I didn't think that UBS would have that much power, but boy, oh boy, they're just getting hit. I'd probably look for a bounce at some point. Okay, BPMC is an upgrade by Wells Fargo. Let's take a look at them because they're upgrading from 55 to 82. Let's see where it is right now. Okay, so $63. So Wells Fargo upgrading a BPMC from 55 to 82. Well, trade the pool and TI have some kind of affiliation, yes, but I don't think it's got anything to do with Alpaca. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys. Okay, here's one. Let's take a look at CNOB. The reason I put CNOB in, Raymond James has upgraded them to a strong buy with a $26 price target. So that is CNOB. Ah, Hasbro. When I was talking to my wife last night, I was saying, okay, Barbie is, of course, Mattel. What other iconic figure is there? And I thought of GI Joe, and that's Hasbro. So I don't know. Maybe there's a 68 to 85. Let's take a look at that's Bank of America. Let's take a look at Hasbro, HAS. I don't know if there's been a surge in GI Joe. Bank of America raising it from 68 to $85. Okay, I have no idea who Seaport Partners are, or Seaport Research Partners. But I'm going to explain why I'm interested in them, see what they're doing, because there's going to be one more as I get some of these in. So they've upgraded Siri. I don't normally see an upgrade. I mean, Siri had, of course, a huge week. A couple of well, I guess early last week, Monday, Monday. Maybe that was Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, so that was the Friday, at the big day. JP Morgan has upgraded TCOM to $50. Let's take a look at where TCOM is right now. Well, so got a ways to go. So TCOM has been upgraded by JP Morgan. Well, then PJ, you can take that up with the Bank of America. Okay, guys, downgrades. Let's see if there are any downgrades of interest. There's that UBS. Sorry, yeah, the UBS downgrade of XPAP. The downgrades for ABTR by William Blair and Evercore. I'll take a look at that one. Okay, Carvana. Well, Jeffries is downgrading them, but not quite as severe as Morgan, downgrading them to $30 for Carvana. CVNA, of course. Okay, one moment, please. You guys, I'm just completing the last bit of the downgrades and upgrades. Okay, there's a few upgrades, few downgrades this morning. So the market, of course, on Friday ripped. So I don't have to take a look at the major indices or the major sectors, other than I always want to take a look at XLE to see again how close is it to the 200-day moving average. So you can see what happened on Friday, even though the market was ripping higher. It touched the 200-day moving average, XLE. This is the enter. Well, you know what? I guess I should take a look at the sectors, not so much where they are with respect to the 200-day moving average, but just in general what they're doing this morning. But we're in for a mildly positive open. So these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. 95% green. What does it mean? 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, so when you look around, nothing other than that. I mean, financials 81%, etc. But the big deal to me is still that XLE is holding over the 200-day moving average. It touched it on Friday, and then it closed above it. And this was the only one that was below the 200-day moving average of the major sectors. But now it looks like, I'm not saying it's safely above, but certainly it's trying to maintain above the 200-day moving average. Oh no, it's not a matter of my liking Hasbro. It's just a matter of I noticed it had an upgrade. That's all. I mean, if I had to like something right now, it would probably, even though it's kind of out of my price range, but the ON is interesting. I mean, it's an all-time high. It's an earnings play, all-time high. I mean, we may get a fade on it, but certainly I want to watch it. And also XPAV. I mean, I'm intrigued by XPAV because the other two China EVs are not dropping, but this one, I mean, it's hard for me to believe that UBS has this much clout, but they announced a $23 price target. I keep looking for more news on this. That's all I see. Downgraded the stock from a buy, not even to sell, but to neutral with a $23 price target. I mean, the stock closed at 23 essentially on Friday. So what if there's? I keep looking to see if they're doing a financing. And again, when you take a look at KWEB, China ETF, I thought maybe I'd see a big downturn, but nope. It's basically flat. Okay, yeah, there's. I don't think there's nothing to alpaca, nothing to do with trade the pool. Okay, David, I'm just getting a confirmation of that. But why would you want to trade? Why would like you're already with who? E Trade or IB? Don't change. You don't have to go to trade the pool or have anything to do with trade the pool if you don't want to or alpaca. Okay, yeah, I love IB. Listen, I like interactive brokers. And you guys see, if you have interactive brokers, did you see the little pop up this morning? I mean, it's probably been there, but now trading 10,000 stocks and ETFs around the clock. 24 hours a day now, guys. IB, 10,000. And I'm sure the other brokers are going to have to follow suit. Now, I saw something about odd, ODD. Okay, so this was an IPO last week. Okay, this is why. What does oddity tech signal about IPOs and the future of AI in Wall Street? I see. Okay, the AI buzz has also seeped into the IPO market. Oddity tech, a beauty and wellness business that uses artificial intelligence to develop cosmetics, went public, etc., etc. Okay, I see why now. They're not closed. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, Chad. Okay. I mean, IB is you've been able to trade ETFs now, a basket of ETFs, 24 hours a day, and now it's just expanded to stock. So I'd have those of you with IB. I mean, I'm not getting up that early. I'm not going to get up at midnight my time, or I suppose I could. Well, I suppose I could take a look at it 10 o'clock my time and just see what's happening, like at night. But that's what I mean, this was their announcement. I don't know if it was last week or the week before that they were planning to do 24 hours a day. So I don't know how that's possible, but what I'll do is because typically IB was well, the market ran from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sorry, I guess 5 p.m. I'll get it right. 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. 4 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. at night. That's what it was before. So maybe if I can remember, I'll look at 9 o'clock or I'll look at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock my time. I'm in the West Coast, so I'll take a look and just see. Yeah, that's what they're saying, JJ. Now, I don't know how, I mean, obviously the liquidity won't be there at the beginning, but once it gains some steam and the other brokers follow suit, then the liquidity, especially, I'm thinking of mainly the people in Europe, not so much North America, but I mean, hey, listen, even people on the West Coast, it's still early enough for them in the evening, if they want to trade. So people, with jobs, normal jobs, they can come home and trade if they want. And then, of course, Europe, we have a lot of people from Australia. All these time zones, it's really difficult to trade in the North American time zone. Anyway, we'll see. Meanwhile, guys, XPEV just continues to move down, challenging 20 now. So, JJ, yeah, if you have Interactive Brokers, tomorrow when you load Interactive Brokers, you're going to see a pop up, and it's going to say something like trade 10,000 stocks around the clock. Roku has such a fantastic day on Friday. Morgan Stanley maintains their Roku coverage, raises their price target to 55 from 50. I think you're a little bit late. Oh, unless I don't know, I don't know how to read that exactly. So unless they're not downgrading it, but anyway. And Michael Williams telling me that we have less than a minute for the market to open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. The last day of July. And as usual, I like to not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Now we are open. So let's see what's going to happen this morning. Okay, guys. Sophie, SOFI, earnings play. I think now 11 may be tough to get through, or it may not be. It's a big float, but it is early. APLS is really falling now, guys, after the big pop on earnings, $41 back down to $29. And this is really, really weakening here. The low last week was, looks like it was around 27.86. Sophie, guys. Wow, Sophie. Look at Sophie. With that float, that's an impressive move for Sophie. SOFI did not take it. It's too early for me. GDRX, guys. Good RX is TD Cowan, target of 12. Target of 12 by Cowan for GDRX. Wow, Sophie. I mean, that's a huge move, guys, with that float. All right, Ion Q. We haven't seen this one for a while. This was a super active trader. Ion Q showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Don't see any news on this one. Let's see, where's the next high in the weekly chart? It looks like 1923. Yeah, 1923 is the next high in the weekly chart. So it's right there. And then the high after that is 2232. So this has got some room. Ion Q has got some room on the weekly chart. Okay. I don't see any news on this one. And we have now halt. Yellow got halted. Now I think they did file for bankruptcy. I think that's, I don't know why it's popping up, but I think it did file for bankruptcy. I think that's what I read this morning. Okay. And MYMD reports positive top line phase two. Okay. But now it's been halted because of news, not because of that. So, not necessarily a good thing. That's why I wait. Look at this Ion Q. Look pretty good. Okay. ACHR, guys. ACHR on that news. 142 million, up to $142 million contract with the Department of Defense, DoD. The next high looking left is 635 or so on the weekly chart. It's a big float, 111 million in the float. Boy, XPEV challenging 20 now, guys, getting closer to 20. And the next low looking left is around 1950, 1960 or so on the daily chart. Boy, XPAV. Well, will 20 hold it? Let me take a look at KWEB. I just want to make sure KWEB isn't tanking also. It's not tanking. I mean, it's down, but it's certainly not tanking. Though I suppose if you look at the high in the pre-market, but XPAV is definitely trading on its own. What do I think of Yell? Well, Yell is going bankrupt. So other than that, I think they filed. I think they filed for bankruptcy, ceasing operations. I mean, I know it showed up on the. I have no idea why it would pop, but I'm steering. I'm steering clear of it. Well, GDRX on my option scanner and the 10-day daily breakout. So it had the news with Cowan upgrading it to $12. So let's see if it can hold 8. It's a not a low float, not a high float, 65 million. It's sort of middling. And let's take a look on the weekly chart to see where could it go before it hits the next highs. Yeah, so look at this. 1035 is the next high looking left on a weekly chart for GDRX. So it's still got some, and the APLS just hit my 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, APLS just hit my 10-day daily breakdown. It does trade options, but the option volume right now is only 56%, so it's only trading about half normal. I wish if this were an all-time low, I'd probably take this one, APLS, but I just find it's just a little too early for me to jump in on this one. And look what's happening right now. So it's popping. I mean, there's about a dollar, from the low that it just popped up. No, this is a real. I mean, this is strange that Yell is doing this, but well, let's go into business, and our stock price will go up. Hey guys, ON, all-time high earnings play. ON is an earnings play, and it's an all-time high. We don't count the pre-market. Still looking very strong. IMGN is an earnings play. IMGN is an earnings play, and it is wow. IMGN is an earnings play. Didn't really see it because it didn't trade in the pre-market. Doesn't look like it, but IMGN is an earnings play and moving down. The next low looking left for IMGN is 1790, so it's very close to that. If it can take out 18 and 1790, 1763 is the next low. So a little bit of maybe support, not that far away for IMGN. ON on the move, guys. ON is on the move. ON on the move. Palantir, PLTR, was an earnings play, I think, on Friday, right? No, just had a big up, had an upgrade or something. PLTR. So it is still pretty strong. PLTR. That's right. This was the Messi of AI. That's right. How can I forget? Coor, guys. Coor. Oh, that's right. This had a big day on Friday. I think this was an earning. Yeah, this was an earnings play. Friday. This was an earnings play. COUR. Hey guys, XPAV looks like it's trying to hold 20. You look at that bounce for APLS. That's about $1.50. It was down to 27.50, got right back up to 29. So that's about $1.50 bounce. Okay, guys, GDRX is looking pretty interesting now. It's not quite 9:45, but that's when I like to start trading. But I've taken this one now. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. It's just showing up now, and it's showing up on the option scanner, showing up, of course, on the momentum up. So showing up on many. Go, go, go. Now I'm going to probably take some off. I want to see how if I can get through 850. Okay, I've just taken some off at 850 from for GDRX. So again, as I said last week, we start seeing, a stock on different scanners. I mean, they're all similar in terms, they're all kind of momentum scanners, but different scanners, the same stock. Definitely want to take, I want to pay attention to it. Okay, this one had a huge day on Friday. AMSC, it got up to what, 1161 or so, closed down here. Pretty big sell off, actually, but showing up on the option scanner again. AMSC. Okay, so MYMD opened. It's interesting because it looked like that was the news. Oh, I'm sorry. So that was news halt here, and okay, I thought that was a volatility halt. So okay, so they put out some news, and right now the market's not that excited about it. MYMD, and it's halt, and it's still halted. I'm sorry. I thought it was unhalted. Look at Sophie. Well, we have 65. Oh, what's the market cap? Oh, I don't know. You'd have to. I don't have the market cap, TJ. All I can tell you is what the float is: 65 million. But so 65 million times 8.4, but that's just the float. So I don't know how many shares outstanding. You'd have to look that up. Do you have trade ideas, TJ? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have market cap as one of my metrics here. I mean, it's something I can add, but I don't. All I can tell you what the float is. I don't have the shares outstanding, but so we know the market cap is going to be at more than. We know that it's going to be more than 520 million. Okay. Just multiplying 850 by 65 million shares, but that's the float, so there'll be more shares outstanding. So it's going to be more than 540 million or 520 million with at current prices. Yeah, I just don't know how many shares outstanding this has. I don't have that metric right here, so but I'm sure if you did a Google search on it, it would show you how many shares outstanding, GDRX, and just multiply that by the 8.4. Okay, guys. So I still have some of the GDRX left. Not, if it takes out 850 again, that'd be great. Ooh, I do it. This is an earnings play, also, guys. Very cheap one. I didn't really go over it at all. It's a very cheap earnings play. Supercom, SPCB, low float, 5.2 million in the float. All right, so things have settled down a little bit. I'm not getting too many more new alerts right now. This is still an earnings play moving down, I believe. Yeah, look at that. IMGN. Now, let's see if it's settling down. If it can take out 17, it's got a lot of room underneath IMGN. Okay, something going on with uranium, triple U or quadruple U. This is coming right into the 200-day moving average. U, right into the 200-day moving average. All right, let's see if this one popped. MYMD, it is now trading. Oh, that's a that is a nice pop for MYMD. Look at APLS now, guys. It's a nice pop. Wow, it's a great pop now for MYMD. Positive top line phase two results. Okay, GDRX is just right around that 850 mark. Let's see if GDRX again takes. Oh, there we go. I'm just going to say if it takes out 850, what could happen? That's right. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 710. So we've got some room. And this is actually an AI play. I didn't even realize it. Also, our AI. Boy, look at APLS just cratering here. Okay, let's see. Looking left, where is the next low looking left for this APLS? Looks like back in August of 2020. It's kind of the area. So XPEV, I'm continuing to watch this XPEV, XPEV, to see how well it does at 20. It still looks like it wants to hold 20. I still can't, or for me to believe that that UBS downgrade to 23 has caused all this damage to it. But okay, so more than likely, Mr. Trading, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It could be the fact that you have not filled in the exchange agreements. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give her a homepage link. Go there, and somebody will help you. Just give them your email address. More than likely, that's the issue. Exchange agreements have to be done once a year. Okay, and you would have got an email more than likely, but you may have disregarded it, or maybe it went into spam. Okay, and the exchanges are making us do this. With everybody once a year, and it's not the same day every year. It's when your subscription is up and all that. So, or when you took your subscription, it's to you have to just prove that you're not a professional. And you just have to say no, I'm not, and then no. That's probably the reason. Okay, probably. But so when you click on that link, you're going to get a question and answers bubble pop up. Just give them your email address. They'll check it, and they'll more than likely that's the reason. And we do apologize, but if we don't do that, then the exchanges come after us and fine us. So there's not a lot more we can do. We try to alert people that that you must do those exchange agreements, even though people say, "Well, I already did them," and for years and years and years that was fine. But now the exchanges are requiring us to do with every single one of our customers, and not just us. Every brokerage platform, it's the same thing. I've got to do the same thing with Interactive Brokers every year to tell them I'm not a professional. Okay. Yeah, mini me. The problem is we get very irate customers. You say, "Why did you turn it? Well, look at the market here, guys. Why did you turn this off?" And we, we can only do so much. We try to warn people, I think, a couple of weeks ahead of time, and then I think there's a follow-up email. But if it's A, being disregarded, or it's going to spam, boy, we really don't have any other. There's no other recourse that we have. Okay, guys. So I guess this was the reason. This is yellow for YELL 13D filing shows MFN Partners a 24% stake in the company as of July 20th. I guess that's the reason, even though they're basically, I mean, they're ceasing operations. Anyway, yeah, I don't know I have no explanation for this spy drop here. Thank you, William. Okay. Okay, Ion Q. Now I think somebody went long that. Well, now it's showing up in the option scanner now as a potential short. 818 was the trigger. And the low on Friday was 1577. So there's certainly room. I guess this was not an earnings play. I can't remember why this went up the way it did on Friday, but so stick an alert just underneath 18, I guess, 1794. I'll stick an alert around there, see if it takes out 18. And then it's got a lot of room. Obviously, the next low looking left is around 1580. Ah, the dentist's favorite company, SDC, Small Direct Club. Ask your dentist what they think about these guys. Anyway, SDC, for whatever reason, I didn't even know they were still around. Okay, so some of the things I'm seeing on my option scanner, they're just a little close to the whole number for me to get. Look at that ion Q. See what it did? It hit that whole number and then it bounced off it. So far, so far. Okay, NGL is showing up on the option scanner now. Let's see. What sort of room does it have? Energy play? Yeah, well, I just think I don't like it just because I don't I'm looking left, excuse me, on the weekly chart. And for me, there's just a little too much resistance around the 450 to 470 mark. So I'm just gonna have to take so was that the problem legal? Just the signing of the exchange agreements? Okay. So I'm just going to, to anybody in the room right now, guys, if you're a Trade Idea subscriber and you get an email from us and it says something about exchange agreements signed, yeah, you must sign exchange agreements. Don't disregard it. It's that simple. Okay. Because if you do that, then we're going to have to shut you down. Now it's easy enough to get you back up and going, but do not disregard an email you get from us that's saying you must sign exchange agreements because you might look at that and go, well, wait a minute, when I signed up Trade Ideas, whenever I already signed those, so this must be a mistake. No, it isn't. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter what we think right now, does it, William? Well, yeah, William. Yell is just craziness. Well, APLS guys is weakening, weakening, weakening. Well, let's see if it gets underneath 27 again for APLS. What's the spread in this one? 90 or 96 million in the float. So it's a bit of a challenge, this one. I mean, bottoming tail there, so it popped up. Another bottoming tail popped up. So this is the APLS. Yeah, the GDRX is still looking okay. It, keeps trying to get through that 850 in a big way. I still have some left. Well, I cannot short Yell. I don't have any shorts available. Interactive brokers. Crazy. But it's probably a good thing. Oh, I see. Yeah. So this FWAC is another one of those SPACs, blank check companies. So popped up. Hey guys, ACHR just have some room. Takes out six, and then the next high looking left is 635. So it's got some room between 593 and 635. Had news. Had news. 142 million up to 142 million dollar order from the Department of DoD, Department of Defense. And I find it hilarious. Every day we wake up and we see another downgrade by another firm for CVNA, and CVNA just doesn't care. The groups have got a hold of this and they will not let go. That is for sure. They don't care. I mean, it's yeah, people who got yes, go GDRX. Okay. Um, Again, the next high, I think it's 11 something or 7 something. Yeah, 1046 is the next, excuse me, the next high for this one on the weekly chart. Again, not saying it's getting there, GDRX. Of course, I'm not saying it's getting there, but still has room. Oh boy, every time I see this, guys, right at the top here. So again, we've got it there. We've got it in the momentum up, and we've got it in the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so lots and and number four, we've got it in our AI. So we've got a lot of alerts for GDRX. You're making me look at AMC. Okay. All right. So they're talking about, of course, the Barbie and record emissions revenue for the week. Okay. So okay, good news for AMC for a week anyway. Did not take NGL. Hasn't really moved. Okay, guys. ON, I believe, is getting at the VWAP. 109.41, 109.41. So it's a little bit above the VWAP now. ON. It is an earnings play. It's an all-time high. And we don't count the Palantir guys, Palantir, PLTR. We do not count, of course, the pre-market. ON guys, 109.41 is the VWAP. Yes. Yes, Tony, it is. Oh, Grumpy, stop it. Okay, guys, ON. This is outside the price range I like, but it is super strong here. That's okay, Tony. I think we understood. Okay, guys, watching this ON. 109.43 is the VWAP, so holding above the VWAP. ACHR guys now through six. Through six. I think QSI has turned around. QSI? No, it was always high. Okay, QSI guys. So the next high looking left on the daily is 384. It's pretty close to that, and four is pretty close. So I'm not interested for me anyway. QSI. I am thinking of taking this one. I want to see get over 110 again. I don't want to see it give up the VWAP. 109.43 is the VWAP, so it has to hold the VWAP, otherwise I'm not interested. Oh, I know QS. I know you're not talking, but QSI showed up on my option scanner. Okay, right wherever, right there. So when I clicked on it and I took a look, and because of what I saw looking left, so I'm not talking about QS. I'm talking about QSI. Boy, Palantir guys, getting closer to 20 now. PLTR. I'm continuing to watch ON. In continuing to watch ON here to see if it can hold that VWAP. Getting closer. The 109.44 may not hold it. Or cheap, Tony? I believe so. I've been, that's why I always look left. I don't care what stock I'm looking at. I'm always going to look left to see what's happening. Tupperware guys is still not over. So it's above Friday's high, or is at Friday's high, 357. And then the high before that was 375. So Tup is not necessarily over. That's my opinion, of course, Tony. I mean, I don't care what the price of a stock is, or it's a large cap or a small cap. I always just keep looking left. Okay, guys, ON regained regained the VWAP, and now it's challenging 110 again. I tried to get this APLS, but just was just a little too whippy for me. So I backed off it, but it is now again making another new low for the day. Oh, guys, okay, ACHR holding, it's holding nicely now, holding nicely over 6 ACHR, and I think I said the next high was around 632. 635 is the next high looking left for ACHR. All right, ON is over 110 again. Yeah, Palantir, PLTR approaching 20 now. I'm not in this. The next high is looking left. Look like around the 20 mark. So there could be a lot of resistance right around 20 for PLTR. Could be. And we have a halt because of volatility. SN. This just started trading. Shark Ninja. Just started trading. I see. So it's a separate. So it's a split off from another company called JS Global Lifestyle. ACHR guys on the move here. Okay, guys. Tup looks like, I mean, complete memer, but okay. Tup has got a little bit more room right to here. Okay, 375 is the next high. Takes that out. Look out. Probably, then 4 is the next level, and that's for Tupper TUP. Boy, we've got some ACHR, Tup, and Palantir guys firing left and right on my option scanner. Nice. Okay, guys. Well, Tup is over that high now. Over that high, the 375. Again, approaching that 4. I think the next highs are around the 4 level for TUP. S I Sorry, I did not think it would be this exciting this morning just because we don't have a lot of companies releasing earnings, but we got these little guys, some of the ones from last week. So we've got Archer with news. We've got Tup as just, I could call it a continuation. Palantir, certainly a continuation. Yell for whatever reason. Okay, Robert Hatcher in our YouTube room talking about space. Okay, let's take a look at space. SPCE. Yeah. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 445. So it's very close to the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, I'm completely now out of the GDRX. Okay. Challenging was challenging 9, but I'm completely out of it now. Okay, Archer testing 6 now. Will it bounce off 6? Archer meaning ACHR. Excuse me. Pretty tough spread for SN. 38.79, 40.39. So a pretty tough spread. I started trading as SN today. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch ACHR to see how well it holds 6. You guys were talking about Nicola in the pre-market and KLA. Yeah, APLS not in it. Just couldn't. This bottomy tail was almost going to get in here, and then that bottomy tail not kind of little paused on or pause allowed me to pause or caused me to pause, and then I just sort of lost sight of it. And because of the top, I kind of lost sight of the ON, but the ON looks pretty good now, guys. The ON looks pretty good. It's looks like it's cleared that VWAP. It tested it a couple of times. The VWAP now is 109.49, so it tested it a couple of times. Okay, guys, ACHR tested 6. Looks like it's trying to bounce off 6. Maybe a resumption. I mean, it's got news, 142 million up to it. And I only keep saying that because it's an eye-catching headline. It has no bearing on whether they can make money doing it or, but it's just an eye-catching headline. Well, Sophie's actually, yeah, it's no, understand. I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, I do have it thumbnailed on another monitor, so I am noticing that it's kind of basing around here. Now, the issue always is, okay, if it took out the highs here, let's say it got to 1150, where could it go to when you look left on the weekly chart? And the next high is 13. So, I mean, there is room on the weekly chart anyway. When you look left, well, Yell has to be the most perplexing one today. you know, when you sort of the head scratcher trying to figure out why, other than that 13D filing. But Okay, guys, the longer archer holds over six, puts a nice base in. What's the spread? What's the float for archer? ACHR. Yeah, so it's a pretty big float, but that can help, by not allowing it to be so whippy. It's a pretty big topping tail and bottoming tail here, but maybe it's settled down a little and could run from here. All right, sweet green, guys. SG. Now, SG, last, I don't have it anymore, but they're just making a new high, guys. GDRX, I don't have it anymore. And I think I said the next high in the weekly chart was 1037, so it still has room on the weekly chart. But SG, yes, I was just looking at SG. It just showed up. Where did it show up on my option scanner? 1614. So that was the alert at 1614. Low volume. I don't know, 1.8 million. But the issue, yeah, I mean, it's got some room, guys. It does have some room. 1665. I'm sorry. Get this right here. 1658 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. That was Thursday's high for SG. So got a little bit of room. All right, guys, it's 10:33. So I think what I'll do is go over my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic, sharing my screen. I do go past 3 p.m. if there are questions, but officially 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. live on the mic and sharing my screen. ON is now drifting back down to that VWAP. So ACHR, guys, holding six. It's really trying to hold six. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. Click on my homepage link. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off, Barry 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a better code. You have to just let me know. 24 for 25% off. Okay, just let me know. So if you do take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only. But after that, you'll pay the full rate. Get started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this. The download and install, first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. New to trading? We've got a course for you. Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay. I think there are about 38 videos. You don't have to, look at every single video, but if you're new to trading, this is free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Let's take a look what it's doing. CLF. CLF is the trade of the week. CLF. 1726 was the trigger, so it is over the trigger price. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you, but it is in the money right now. 1726 was a suggested entry. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Okay. Education, big education section right here. Here's our user guide. Click on the user guide. Again, there's the getting started. More detail, more in detail about what the alert window is, what a top list window is. If you want to find out more about stock racing. Also, I would really, really take a look at price alerts. So simple to do. Okay. I use them all the time. Put a price alert on a chart and just wait to see if it happens. Getting started series again. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break, so you can head over to YouTube to listen to Chris. And last, now, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here is the scan section. These are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. That kind of sets the tone for the day, showing me the stocks that are up and down in the pre-market. These are the ones that could continue to be active once the market opens. Halts and resumes is right here. You'll hear me talk about my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown all day long, and the option scanners. Here they are right here. Okay, I do have some other ones that I'm sharing, but these are the main ones that I use right there. The option scanner and the breakouts and breakdowns. So this is a free room. Let's keep it that way. Take out a subscription. If you take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and then click on my promo code. The room will get credit. The company then knows the room is working in terms of marketing. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, just use my homepage link and then use that promo code. It really helps the room. Of course, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and that education section anytime you want. And of course, you can ask questions all day long. Hey guys, well, I don't know. You're short ACHR. Okay, well, I'm actually looking to go long, but well, that ON, only thing I can say about it, it's just kind of hanging around the VWAP area, but it doesn't really want to pop. I mean, it's already had a nice move. So the market, of course, not of course, and I shouldn't say of course all the time, but the market is doing its thing again. Okay, big downturn. That first or the second 15-minute candle looked pretty ominous, and then an hour, sorry, 30 minutes of recovery, and now we're seeing another red. So we're in a choppy environment right now. So if you're in a stock that kind of more or less kind of trades like the market, then you've probably been chopped around a bit. Well, I hate going against somebody, but I'm I have to do what I have to do. Sorry, Zen. Guys, ON may turn into a bit of a short. I mean, it tested the VWAP many times, but this might turn into a bit of a short now because I mean, there's the VWAP right there, 109.51. It tested it a few times, looked like it was going to hold, but now it's breaking down below the VWAP. Thank you, PJ. So SN halted again because of volatility. This is a wow, look at that. I mean, remember the last time I looked, the spread wasn't great. It was about $1.50. That would not have mattered, of course. It tacked on about $10, but you just don't know that's going to happen, of course. Wonder how many shares were issued for this SN. Yeah, I don't have that information handily. Maybe read more. Okay. So, oh, I see. Okay, so this is the robot, the vacuum. Okay, so they're competing against IRBT. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Well, it's not really an IPO because it's a spin-off. So I guess technically it's not an IPO. All right, there's the Sophie guys. The Sophie's on the move here. Okay, that's right. The next high is 13 on the weekly chart. Okay, so Sweet Green SG is trying to hold the VWAP 1583. 1583 is the VWAP, so maybe it holds, and then maybe it goes on a bit of a run. My issue is that with it is that last week's high was 1658. So a couple of things have to happen. It has to break through 16, number one, for me to be interested. Now, if it breaks through 16, then again the next high is 1658, not that far away. So I'm not that interested in it. Okay, guys, I've taken a little specky short of the ON. Okay, the next low is 106.86, so just taking a little specky short of the ON. And I might cover some. I've just covered some. I mean, this is just almost like I don't normally go into trades like this thinking scalp in mind, but wanting to see if I can take out 108. Oh man, what a miss. What a miss by me. It's an hour ago, but look at this. Uh, AIXI 945 the alert, 825 was the price. It's a high 878. I missed it. Well, this PGY has just been so active for it seems like quite a while now. PGY started back here, and it just has been very active every single day. It seems it has that massive void. Oops, let me see if I can get that. Well, the next high looks like it's yeah that 817. I don't think yeah 817. The next high looking left for PGY on the weekly chart. Okay, well that again just a quick scalpy trade for me on the ON. Don't normally do a take a trade like that, but yeah, I mean there are a ton of shares available for APLS at Interactive Brokers to short 2.6 million. Shady MNK. Let's take a look at MNK. That's desperately trying to pay these the opioid charges against them, I guess. That's what they're trying to do, I think. Otherwise, they'll just bankrupt the company. You know what, guys? I'm going to put an alert for Tupperware over 4. It may not happen, of course, but this whole area right around here I'm going to stick an alert. I'll put it, in fact, just before 4. So I'll know that it's getting closer if it does. Okay, now this one, haven't really seen it all day. Saw it in the pre-market, SILC, and this is an earnings play. It's an Israeli stock, not trading that much, 357,000 shares. That is 122 times normal. Okay, so this does not trade very much. And they're basically making it untradeable right now. Look at the spread, 29.26, 29.82. So they really don't want you to trade it. Okay, so I'm going to have to back off. Too bad. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch this XPEV. Well, I have to stick a price alert somewhere here. I'm going to stick a price alert. Well, a couple areas. It did dip down a little bit below 20. So I'm going to put an alert at 1985. But I'm also going to put an alert at around 2040 because I just cannot. Okay, here we go. A little bit more information. A little bit more information here. UBS warns Volkswagen. The G6 upside is already factored in. No, I don't think they're warning Volkswagen, the company, but let's just see what it says. So it lowers its rating to neutral from buy. On its view, the upside from Volkswagen partnership and G6 momentum is already factored into the share price. I see. When you see this, it almost looks like UBS contacted Volkswagen warning them. Okay, but what they're really saying is, okay, yeah, Volkswagen putting all that money in, but we think that that has been factored into the current share price. That's a great headline, guys. I mean, that's probably what UBS warns Volkswagen. And if you think that's just, oh, well, somebody just put that there, not, oh, here's the ON. Uh, did I do it again? Anyway, what I was trying to say is that headline was done on purpose, in my opinion, because it really looked like UBS is, contacting Volkswagen, warning them, which would be really crazy, of course, but it's a headline and that's what people see. Stage is not quite an all-time low, but this is showing up on the option scanner now. 3367 on the alert. Boy, this has just been moving down, down, down from 48 down to 33 over about a month. Aha, top guys. I keep an eye on top guys. I mean, this could do something really insane. It's got to clear this 4 level a little bit more. And then it's got this 460, 480, $5 level way up there. Again, we're not saying it's getting there, or I'm not saying it's getting there, but so definitely a tale of two stocks right now, guys. TUP on the way up and APLS on the way down. PPX, did they have a cyber attack? We shop there. Oh no, this is Temper Sealy. A cyber attack for Temper Sealy. Interesting. Disclosed a cyber attack led to a temporary interruption of operations. Okay. Well, I mean, we didn't see this in the pre-market at all. I don't think it really traded in the pre-market. It did not trade in the pre-market. I don't know if it was halted or, but yeah, TPX did not trade in the pre-market. Now the next low looking left, 43.71. No, it's past that. So wow, the next low is 40. What's wrong with me? I keep seeing these lows here. 42.46 is the next low looking left. So about $1 to the next low looking left for TPX. Hey guys, I'm really watching this Tupperware right around 4. It's just hovering around 4. Volume is still pretty good. Even Archer's starting to come back. ACHR. Look at Sophie though. Wow. I mean, it popped up and now there's a big 50-cent drop for Sophie. SOFI. No hope for Apple though. I'm sorry, APLS, not Apple. I mean, not Apple. The longer this tuck holds this for, I mean, it's providing a nice base, and that's nice base to maybe lift off of. How do you get the option scanner? Okay, so that's a question, Juan. I can Just give me one moment. I'll put the link in for you. Okay. All right, so I put in my homepage link. You asked the question in the trade ideas questions. Okay, so click on my homepage link. Okay, click on the homepage link. And when you do that, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a little bit and you see where it says my scan, Barry scans, my scans right there. And I've got the two of them, option plays and don't repeat option plays. So just as an explanation, this just this shows you the repeating. This is the repeating version. So every time Tup makes a new high, you'll see it here. Here you'll see it the very first time you had the alert. Okay, so there was Tup at 10:15. The price was 346. And I like doing it this way so I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened after that first alert? And actually, has it really moved that much? Maybe sometimes I miss something in here, but click on it and say, it really hasn't moved that much. It might be still an opportunity to get in. But this is the repeating version. You can see APLS. The alert was at 27.55. Uh, Brown is okay. The idea is that if it's color coded this way. Brown is a potential short, and this light green, blue is a potential long. Okay, that's the way it's color coded. So you can see the apples, APLS, 27.55, and down to 25.71. So almost $2. Look at the not in it anymore. But boy, this is. I look at top guys. Okay, come on, top. Big area for it to get through right here. This 420. So we only had two alerts from our AI guys, and this is the GDRX 808, 905 now. And then this long, it is not broken out yet. But you know what? Look at this. I mean, there's the alert at 84.13. It's only 83.90 right now. You never know. Later on, it's an earnings play. Looks like this is almost like a. Oh, I see. This is they're going public. They're going private. Okay. Okay. So forget about that one. Really, that's the way it looked because of the Tupperware guys. TUP. And again, there's no accounting for this. If you're looking for news, don't look for any news. I mean, you can look for news, but there isn't any. Oh, Canada's play, I think, ACB. I didn't think they were still around. Yeah, forget about them. Oh boy, I mean, this again. Now we're really getting interesting on this Tupperware TUP because 447 looks like the next high looking left. 447. And then if we get into some fantasy areas, I mean, 566, but then after that, 8. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but look what it did. It got through the 200-day moving average. It basically sat on it on Friday. That's where it closed. Ooh, ACHR is on the move now too. Again, I'm not in this anymore. And I am continuing to watch this XPAV, what it does around 20. I mean, this it's holding 20 really well. I mean, UBS, that's their opinion, of course. But for whatever reason, their opinion has carried a lot of weight today. Tony, would it be okay? So, yes. I'm sorry. The question is, would it be bad rationale to look to buy one that might be on the bottom for a long opportunity? Okay. So I would never buy something just because it's on the bottom. But if something has been on the bottom and then it starts maybe moving a bit, sure. I mean, Andy, um, who is in our YouTube room on Friday, he is classically does stuff like that. He calls it Dawn of the Dead. Okay, something that has been on the, but he doesn't buy it. He doesn't buy it just because it's on the bottom. It would have to start to curl a bit, maybe start to move up a bit, maybe a 5-day high, things like that. So he's not just looking for stocks that are okay right at the bottom and they're not moving. I don't do that. I mean, that's not what I do, but certainly Andy is somebody who likes to do that. The top guys. All right, I've just taken some off because it's 450. I mean, I don't trust the 50-cent level for stocks under 5. But boy, oh boy, this just is not. I mean, what a great week it had last week, and this is like a continuation. It's just got to get through, this stuff right over here when you look left. And remember, guys, I don't tell anybody what to buy or when to sell. I'm pointing out opportunities. You probably have a great idea about. Well, I would say, top over 4 was for me. And when you hear me say things like the longer it holds this whole number, it becomes very, very interesting. But, but my style, of course, does not have to be your style. Yeah, they're like cockroaches. I mean, they just don't wear out. Tupperware, yeah. It's actually a bad business model when you think about it. They just don't wear out. What happened? Oh, they're still there. I just don't display it anymore, Carl. I'm more. My option scanner is taken. Which if you've been away for months, then you probably haven't seen this option scanner. It's what I devote myself to 2 scans. These 2. My the breakouts and the breakdown and this option scanner. That's it. I just find it's better for me. I don't trade options either. So I should for anybody new listening, I'm not trading options, guys. I'm trading the stock. All this is doing is just showing abnormal option activity. So it's just another way to find a stock that is moving in tough to say, in an abnormal way. Okay. So of course we have relative volume, that is pure volume, but looking at how it's trading option wise. So for instance, if you look at this one, TUP, TUPP, or TUP, it is traded what 39,000 contracts a day. That is 6.8 times normal. So I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock, but it's showing me stocks that are having just abnormal option activity. I can't even say it one times fast, Grumpy. And then the only reason I have this one, the Doc Momentum Up and Down, the only reason I have it is like not every stock, of course, is optionable. And so sometimes, something will show up here. Let's say like the INVO, let's just say for argument's sake. Yeah, see, it doesn't trade options. So something will show up here. And I know I said this last week, I probably should do it. Maybe I'll do it for tomorrow. I'm going to put a filter in here that basically filters out anything that does trade options. So then I'll only see the non-optionable ones right here, the optionable ones right here, or the ones because here they have to have at least 500 contracts sold traded. So I will maybe put a minimum here of, I don't know, 300. Okay, guys, let's slow down a little bit now. So I'm not a swing trader, Chris, but I mean we do have one of the channels. There's our swing. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on swing picks, there's a. This is what comes out if you're a subscriber, you'll get this. Okay, and this comes out. There are 5 of them every week. You can take a look at this. I'm just not a swing trader. Okay, so just go to the swing picks in our channel bar, and you'll see the 5 of them every week. That's the one you can get for 17 a month. Yeah, but you don't have to pay 17. If you're a subscriber right now, you get them. But you're right, that's the one that you can get for $17 a month. All right, Bloomin just showed up here, guys. BLMN just showed up here in the option scanner. Now, looking left, I think I see 27 is the next low looking left, and then 26.75. So see, for me, it's just too close. When I look at the next lows looking left, it's just too close. If the next lows looking left were way down here around 25.83, I'd be going for it. But for me, my plan, the way I trade, if I look left and I'm trying to short something and I see a low that for me is too close to the current price, I won't take the trade. The 17 a month? Yeah, I do have a link, I think. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, that's the link for it. Okay, guys. What that GDRX was. Now, again, I'm not in it anymore, but if you took this trade, and I think there's still room, isn't there? Yeah, I think the next high is 1056, 1056 on the weekly chart. And I guess it's all about the Cowan upgrade to $12. I don't see any other news for this one. You just never know, how these upgrades are going to affect a stock on the given day or the day of the upgrade. You never know. Okay, guys, in about 40 minutes, I will be taking my break. So I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Chris. All right, guys, just kind of watching. Wow, look at the XPAV. It's right on 20, $20.02, $20.03. Could be interesting today if it has a bounce. The next low is 1947, 1952 actually is the next low, looking left. So here's the day on the 23rd last week, sorry, the 26th. That's when the announcement was made that Volkswagen was putting in was it 700 million Up. Another new high here, guys. This volume bar on the daily chart looks like it's going to, well, depends how what it does today, how it closes. But this could be the biggest one of the last 5 days. Not the volume bar. I'm sorry, the daily candle. Okay, guys. Not getting too many new alerts now. Market is yeah, very choppy right now. Topping tails and bottoming tails. So a little bit of chop. Nas is up just a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's basically flat. So not a lot happening, but tomorrow we will be really back into well, for the balance of this balance of the week, Tuesday to Friday, we'll have a ton of earnings plays. We have a few today, but nothing like we're going to have for the balance of the week. Man, even BlackBerry's getting into it. BB, I'm seeing BB here. Black BlackBerry to provide software for platform of Foxconn EV consortium. And there we go, guys. 12-month chart or the chart for a BlackBerry. Man, oh man, $150 back in January of '08. $150. Unbelievable. Okay, so the A table is not from me. So that is that's from Andy or Steve? I think it's Andy, isn't it? Well, best thing to do is to click on a symbol and see what you see on the daily or the weekly chart to see if it's one of those ones that, you might be able to determine. I don't have it. Give me a moment. Where do you see the A table? When you say the preloaded top list, where is it? Is it in one of the channels? Which one? Which one, Phil? So I can take a look at it. Like which one? What's it called? unless it's not called. That's not what it's called. Ah, it's in the old other one. Okay. So it's yeah, so it's not in the doc channel. It's in this one. David Bernier in our YouTube room is telling me it's in the channel bar, which I cannot load. Okay. But if you can give me the link for it, not the channel, but if you can give me the link for it. Well, you can't do it, David. You can't do it in YouTube, unfortunately. You can't post anything in YouTube. So if you want to come into the main room, yes, but then I can take a look at it. Okay, let's take a look. The A table. Okay, David, I've got the link. Well, first of all, the first thing to do, okay, so you can see the score. Okay, so anything over 80, it's probably that's the minimum. So understand what the score means. The score is a combination of fundamentals and technicals. So a high number means it's got good fundamentals and good technicals. So technicals meaning probably up over all the major moving averages, the 20, the 50, the 200, and then good fundamentals, earnings per share, quarterly growth, stuff like that. Okay, that's what that does. Number one. So it's just showing you stocks. Yeah, then fairly high short float percent, which is surprising when it's going to be that when it's going to have a high score. So at least 10% of the total float. So now the thing is, just click on them and see what you see. There's a WWE. Let's take a look at it. Then it's up to you. I can see what it's. I mean, it's 94%, so it's almost a lifetime high. So a lot of these are just going to be strong technically and fundamentally. No, I can't tell you. So what I would do is I would click through them, and there might be one that really stands out for you. The thing I would make sure I would not, if you did like one, I would not hold for earnings, just in case. So I would make sure when it's going to have earnings. Personally, I would not hold a stock through earnings. So really, it's just taking stocks with a high score. Okay, that's what it's doing with very few other filters. 500,000 shares traded per day on average. Daily volume is at least 500,000 shares a day, and then this float. So it's got maybe if it starts to move with that short float. Okay. So other than that, he's a cheap one, ESRT. Okay. So I can't really shed any more. Sure. So there it is, Jamie. And our YouTube asked for that link. A bit of a topsy-turvy one. Look at this one, AMSC. I remember this one earlier. Remember now, light green means potential to go long. Now it's turned around. Now it's a potential to go short for AMSC. Let's take a look at it. Below the whole number, so that's a good thing. Oh, look at this one. I mean, if you were a VWAP player, look what it did. It got right into the VWAP a couple times, and then it just got rejected by the VWAP. That blue line on the chart, the 15-minute chart, that's the VWAP. It's like the end of the road for Tup for a while, guys. Ah, look at on now. ON. If it takes out this looks like the pre-market, there's a little bit of support around 107 in the pre-market for ON. If it takes that out, I mean, this could really keep dropping. It's an earnings play, but it has not been like it has not had a great trend, obviously. You can see it had a nice pop in the pre-market, but since the market's open, it's basically been selling off. All right, guys. Yes, I just got the confirmation. So it will be Chris in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes or so. And again, before I leave, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay, thank you, David. Well, Zachary, that's a good question. Why is Yell going up with all the bad news? The only thing we could see was some company was disclosed that some company disclosed a 30 or 15% share or 22% share. I can't find that right now, but so that appears to be the reason. I just can't find that headline right now. And William in our main room suggested that there's a company that why would they do that? Maybe they're hoping they can pick up the scraps when the company finally does go out of business. We're talking about we were talking about YELL. Notice how IB is doing their news now. Oh, they got that little fancy. I don't know if that's on purpose. Guys, now BZH was an earnings play on Friday, home builder, all-time high. Okay. This was an all-time high right up here, 30, and then it popped a little bit above. But oh, look at ACHR. I'm not in it anymore. But this is now starting to look at it taking out all these topping tails now. It's getting very close to that next high of 635 on the weekly chart. All right, I just want to do a quick look at XLE to see how well it's doing in terms of the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so it's moving away, moving away. So energy is still strong. In fact, let me just do one little thing here. File. Nope, wait a minute. New dock channel bar. Now we're looking at the change from the open the sectors. Okay, so in about 15 minutes before the market opens, I take a look at the change from the close from the day before, and now we're looking at the change from the open. So you can see that energy still remains strong because when we looked in the pre-market, I think it was about 95% of the stocks were up from Friday's close. Okay, and 90% of them are up from the opening from their opening trades, the ones that make up XLE. Now look at Staples. 87% are down from their opening trade. Communications has done well, 85%, tech 71%. But look at healthcare, 78% are down from their opening trade. So energy has remained strong. The change from the close on Friday, plus the change from the opening trades today, still remains strong. I'm going to say it for you, Mini Me. AMC 503. I'm going to say it for you. Wow, good. It's making a super early appearance. Do I use a 1 minute chart? No. Question in our YouTube room. Do I use a 1 minute chart? Never. When I first started trading, I would only have a 2-minute chart. I wouldn't even have dailies, weeklies. That's all I would. And then, as time progressed, I settled in on a 15-minute chart. And that works for me. That works for me. Okay. That's not to say that, look, okay, BZH, I might have to take this short. Okay, guys, I'm watching this BZ. The only problem I've got is I'm going to be on a break very soon. I don't like to 32.87, 32.96 right now. That's correct. It's not from today's open, exactly. So the question in our YouTube room, the sector window, the status bar says change from the close. Yeah, that's from change from yesterday's close, yesterday being Friday. Okay. Well, what I was displaying there is the change from the open because we can see stocks that are still, you can see a sector that's still down from like the majority of stocks are still down from, say, yesterday's close, but maybe the majority are up from the open because they're regaining still below the close of the day before, but their opening trades, they're higher than their opening trades. So I think the change from the open, the only reason I look at the change from the close, of course, is because when we're looking at it in the pre-market, of course, the market hasn't opened, so that's the only thing we can look at just to kind of set it up to see, okay, what is a strong sector or what is a weak sector before the market opens. CTXR, cheap one. Okay, let's see what is happening with this really cheap one. CTXR. Okay, so it's still down for the day. Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, the next high looking left is $1.16. I mean, if you told me I could buy, at $1.02 and it'll get right to $1.16, fine, but ugly looking weekly chart. Chopping up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails, very difficult. So I'm just not interested in this CTXR. Had there been room to say, if I look left on the daily and there'd been room to say, I don't know, 130, 140, I would have been more interested, but that's not the case. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Oh man, this just absolutely ripped now. ACHR. Um, The next high looking left, I think it's close to it. 635, yeah, 635. So after that, 702, guys, 702, ACHR. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but this is just now got a lot of momentum on it. The longer it holds over this 735 or 635 mark, and look at the pretty good volume coming in. You can see the previous, you can see this volume bar right there, which is here. You know, Joby's doing. This is sort of the theoretical leader in all this. Yeah, up a little bit, 5%. Being tugged along. This is the sector, the same sector. Joby had the news back here. This is back in June 20, daily chart. Yeah, so June 23rd. So over a month ago, that's when Joby got this sector kick-started. Well, the 15-minute chart just smooths things out a bit. Okay, so you had a 1 minute chart, you see candles up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, so for me, when I used to have a 2 minute chart, it was almost the same thing. For me, a 15-minute chart just smooths things out more, and I just have a better idea about where things could go. That's me personally. Okay, not everybody's style. Doesn't mean I'm. It doesn't mean anything about I'll stay longer in the trade or anything like that. No. My advice to anybody though starting out, you have to find, the time periods that you like that, and you're not going to know right off the bat. I didn't know right off the bat. Like there was years that I had a 2 minute chart. I never had a daily, never had a weekly. Bobby, I think you're misunderstanding though. It's not staying in a trade for 15 minutes. A 2 minute chart does not mean you only stay in a trade for 2 minutes or 1 minute. It's just the way it's setting up. It's got nothing to do with the time frame, how long you hold a trade, if that's what you're suggesting. I could be in a I could get into a trade based on what I see in a 15-minute chart, and all of a sudden it turns, I don't like it anymore. I could get out in like 30 seconds. So it's got nothing to do with how long you hold a trade based on the chart that you use to enter a trade. No, a scalper is not likely to use, and I'm not a scalper, is not likely to use a 15-minute chart. Exactly. So it all depends on your trading style. Let's just show, well, maybe, I don't know if I can, let me see if I bring up a chart. Hey, by the way, it took a long, long time to convince me that a 15-minute chart for me was the way to go. Okay, for me. See, this isn't that bad. Just look, I'm just trying to find some 1 minute charts that would look awful. I mean, just very choppy, up and down, up and down. I don't know, maybe ACHR. I don't know. Oops. Yeah, I mean, this is not terrible, but anyway, the bottom line is this. When I was watching some guy talking about why he used a 15-minute chart, I thought he was crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then I started to experiment. Now, what he actually said was, I sort of remember, said, he would use maybe a 5 minute chart for the first 45 minutes and then switch to 15 for the balance of the day. I do have a 5 minute chart and another monitor, but I have to admit, I basically just use a 15 all day. First of all, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes anyway, so that takes care of that first 15 minutes. It doesn't really matter. But I just like the way it looks for me, looking at a 5 minute, 15-minute chart. Yeah, there's another Heikin-Ashi smooths out even more than normal candlesticks. Yeah, it's all the smoothing that happens. But anyway, again, you have to find your style. Nobody should tell you this is what you must do. Of course, the other thing to do is practice in the simulator. Look at this ACHR. Yeah, Jamie, I'm not a big pullback player. I don't have any scans designed, to play pullback. So doesn't mean I won't, but I don't have any. Sorry, I'm probably a little far from my mic. The question is, do I play pullbacks? Again, I that's not anything I'm looking for, but of course, I can see them. I'm just not a big pullback player. And if you say, why not? Well, I just find for me, stocks near the highs or lows of the day is enough, gives me enough ideas over the course of the day that I don't have to then concentrate on another type of setup. Doesn't mean I will not play a pullback if I see it, but it's not a scan that I have. But you've heard me talk about, well, here's a stock. Maybe I'll click on an alert. That's why I like to have the don't repeat, because then I can click on the alert and say, well, what is it doing? It's pulling back to the view app, stuff like that. There's the CLS. This had the big day last week, guys. CLS had a well, two big days in earnings. It was a strange day though. The day of earnings on Thursday got up to 2064 and it closed down here. And there is my friend Mr. Varley very early. So just give me a moment, Chris, while I first of all
take your time. Music. Take your time.
Oh no, I've got a race here.
Okay, hurry up then.
Okay, number one thing, music is gone, so I can hear you. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over to YouTube. Chris is there right now. Okay, there are the YouTube links. Okay. And the last question, just before I take my break. Oh, I got my announcement in also. Then the last question, any idea on ACHR? How high can it go? All I can say is where the next high is, right? That doesn't mean it's going to get there. So ACHR,
Looks like
let me just
a
bring up the
lifetime
chart
high
here.
of $10.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, 10. Well, I'm looking on the weekly chart. So
Yeah.
635. Yeah, I
My
see.
single stock window says lifetime high $10.
Is that right?
That whether it's right or not,
Oh,
I
no,
don't
you're
know.
probably right. Yeah, yeah, because
Yeah, I'm looking on a
56%.
monthly chart, so it goes back to September of 2021 when it IPO'd, or if it was a
Right.
symbol change. I don't know. Either one of those.
So just to tell this guy or Saka, so the next high looking left on the weekly chart, again, we're not saying it's getting there, but it's 702. Okay. That is the next high on the weekly chart. So, it's because the high that it just took out on the weekly chart is 635. So it's sitting at 637 right now. So it's a couple of pennies above that high. And then the next high is 702. So again, could it get there? Sure. But, obviously that's not what we're saying it's going to happen. But that's what I do. Just keep looking left to keep looking to see where a stock could keep going to. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And now I can devote myself to Chris. Wait a minute. I better rephrase that. I can
interact more freely.
Interact more, yeah, without any interruptions on the side. How are you?
Busy. If I'm being honest, I haven't looked at one stock today. The only thing I know is because on my liked list, and I've been in and out in some heavy positions in Palantir and IONQ, as I'm a big believer.
Excellent on the Palantir though.
Yeah, I've been in and out for weeks, and I've gone some really heavy positions on it, and I'm feeling very good about it right now. I'm in a firm belief that we're in maybe the third or fourth inning of an AI bubble. And I hope it just keeps going. That's all. I think that's the most wonderful thing ever.
Did you see the headline for Palantir on Friday?
No, I didn't.
Well, you'll love this then, because I don't know who it was. What brokerage firm? Oh, it was Wedbush. Okay, it was Wedbush. So they called Palantir the Messi of AI.
I love it. Yeah, there it is. I see it right there. The Messi of AI. Look at that at 8:23 a.m.
There you go. That was on Friday. So
okay,
my friend, I will let you go.
Load some more into it. No, I'm kidding. Just trade the plan, right? Trade the plan.
Trade the plan. Exactly.
All right, Barry. You'd have a nice break, and I'll see you in a little bit.
You bet. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. So happy Monday to everybody here. Hopefully you are all starting the week strong here, and starting the week strong can mean a lot of different things, of course. I'll consider it a strong start for me because I am just holding some swing positions that I've been in and out of, subtracting and adding to. No day trading for me today. I've been tasked with a lot of other stuff around here and really haven't had a chance to look at the market in general. But it's a strong market. That's all I can say. Strong market. Before I dive into anything specific here myself, I see Travis has a question about the China sector, so I'll dive into that momentarily. Travis, just give me 1 second here. What I do want to say though is, and I know I'm a broken record with this on Mondays when I come in at noon Eastern, but this is a free-for-all Q&A. I don't come with anything pre-done for you folks. So I always feel it's best when you folks drive the content with your questions, because that's how you're going to get the most out of this. Generally, what I've seen from my experience when I was the person attending these before I worked for Trade Ideas is that a lot of times the questions that I had or the questions that other people had were all kind of similar to each other, and it helped in that regard where, people were asking these questions because it helped answer questions that other people may have had. So like I said, I just feel like it's a better communal feeling when you folks are driving the content and asking the questions versus me just kind of speaking at you. And, my other simple way of putting it is, I can't answer the questions that are not asked. With all that said, please start dropping those questions in there. And let's dive into China for Travis here. Two different things I'd look at personally for China. KWeb, we can start there. That's your Chinese internet stocks, right? And no surprise that I see that, in play here right now, TIGR. And even though it's a Singapore stock, it always seems to get active when China's active. So, you can see it's Singapore here with the flag. That's a Singapore flag. But back to the K-Web. Chinese internet stocks. They're looking pretty healthy right now overall. Was the bottoming process done for the K-Web? I have no idea, But for the moment, they've kind of stopped going down. So rule number one, in order for stocks to go up, they have to stop going down, right? Now, we've seen this play out a number of times over the last couple of years, right? Where, it's going down, it's going down, it's going down. All right, well, it stopped going down kind of here, but it never really went up. And it's going down, it's going down, it's going down. It bottomed, or so we thought it bottomed, right? We got off that bottom right here, and it looked like it was a big recovery. And then it wasn't a big recovery. And we came down and we took out this prior bottom here. We took it out here. But all right, that was the bottom, right? The bottom's in. Yeah, it's got to be in, right? We're up, we're up, we're up, we're up. We're ready. This big level, we're going to break out. Only we didn't. And we just continued to kind of drift and fade down. Now, in theory, it's been a very long time since we've, not in theory, in reality, it's been a long time since we've retested that low. So, do we ask ourselves now, do we have a higher low here? Maybe, right? Maybe, definitely possible. What we haven't done in a very long time is really make higher highs. Yes, this one was slightly higher than this one, but it was never really took it out, right? So that's, how we can really define a trend change and an uptrend from a downtrend, or a trend change and a downtrend from an uptrend is higher lows and higher highs, lower lows and lower highs, right? So we're kind of in this battle still for a very long time on that. Very unresolved. Unlike a lot of other sectors we could look at, for example, just to show a big difference in this here. Here's your SMH, right? And down, 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 down. We had these bounces during this down period. Big crash and a bounce, and a crash down and a bounce. I'm using the term crash lightly, so just in case. But, another sell-off and a bounce and another sell-off. And this was the bounce, right? This was the bounce that was going to take us out of the sell-off here, only it wasn't, and it sold off again. All this stuff is always going to be in hindsight, right? Nobody has any magical scan or charting system that's going to tell you that is the bottom. It's always in retrospect that we knew it was the bottom, right? There's signs, but that doesn't mean those signs are always right. And so, we can see here, this is done exactly what a trend change does, all right? So there's our next new bottom. There was a bottom. There's our next new bottom. We made a high, right? And we made a new high. And this high, does it become the low? Well, yeah, it became the low here. Held that low. And now we took out this high here, right? And then we never came back and tested this low. This became the new low. And this took out to be a new high. And so just like steps moving up, that's why I like this indicator that I use here. And, sometimes the steps are never going to be perfect, but we could see that trend change that happened well there. Now, we did the K-Web. Let's look at the FXI. That's going to be your Chinese large cap stocks. And pretty much a similar story as the K-Web, to be honest, right? We've got this, excuse me here, we got this last run up here that we're exhausted. And we sold off. We were flat for a little bit. And we sold off. And then we got flat for a little bit. We sold off some more. We didn't really get flat for much of a time at all before another big sell-off. And then a bounce, but a sell-off again with the bounce. And the big sell-off, that's the bottom for now. Will it be the bottom? Again, only time is going to tell. And just like the K-Web, kind of a fade. And again, we've never really made higher highs at any point here that have been significant to indicate a trend change. So, we could draw all kinds of lines. We could say symmetrical triangles forming here, right? All kinds, make all kinds of inferences here. We could call, I even see this here. Actually it'd be kind of weak. Almost an inverted head and shoulders here. Almost. Complex inverted head and shoulders, we can almost call that. Just shy. Someone else will argue good enough for technical analysis work. I wouldn't argue against them, right? Technical analysis is very subjective. So that's what I'm seeing here in the FXI. We're in a bull market. Anybody that tells you different, I'm sorry, they're delusional. Like most bull markets, it's a very hated bull market by a group of people that are just always going to be bearish. And there's always going to be reasons to be bearish. There are always going to be reasons to be bullish. Right now, all that matters is price. Price dictates that we're in a bull market. The lifeblood of a bull market is sector rotation. So we have to ask ourselves, if and when does sector rotation and the strength of sector rotation become emerging markets? I don't know that you call China an emerging market anymore. I mean, second largest economy in the world and all that stuff like that. But my point being is that when does China perhaps take the baton to start leading this overall bull market higher? But, look around the world, France, Germany, England, there's bull markets all around the world right now. It's not just the US. Obviously, China needs to play a lot of catch up with that. So that's my 2 cents anyways on the China markets. Again, I can't predict anything. You can't predict anything. But what we do know is that it hasn't made a new bottom in many months since October of last year now. We're approaching a year since that last bottoming out. And we know that it has lagged most the rest of the world and the US in general. So at some point, you'd like to believe it's going to play catch up unless China's just completely falling apart. I mean, and you never know what to believe. There's all kinds of news reports that are going to tell you one thing and one that'll tell you another thing. So just let price be your guide. Let price be your guide. And if you're unsure, stay away. That would be my, would be my 2 cents. Phil Byers, can you explain how to use the trade races besides just a visual, or is that all they are, a visual head-to-head? So I can explain how I use them. What I've found for me is that for whatever reason, alert windows and they're time stamped and all that, just, I don't know, I didn't do a very good job day trading with them. Now, in full confession, I didn't really have a trading plan when I was using alert windows avidly to try to day trade. And I never used alert windows for swing trading. It was always topless for swing trading. And I started to find my success at first more in swing trading than day trading. And then when swing trading became a little harder, sometime in, I guess, the beginning-ish of 2021 when we started, or 2022, I guess, when we started really deteriorating, the market started deteriorating. It was kind of the beginning of races. And I said, let me just try them out. And what I found is that races gave me a much more narrow view of stocks. It wasn't like an alert came through. And even if I put it on don't repeat with the alert windows, and I got to scroll back and what alerted earlier, and I can't remember. I forgot to set a price alert. So what the races did for me is here's a narrow set of data. Strong stocks, they're moving up relatively strong from the open. That's it. This is live. This is what's happening now, and refine this over some period of time. And then got the top 10 list over here. These are stocks that have won races throughout the day. Some obviously more than others. Some are going to look better than others. But I've got this very narrow set of data points now, and I don't have to go searching for it. I don't have to go looking. Got a couple of races up here. They're pretty similar in retrospect if looking back. But, once in a while, one's going to show a stock that another one doesn't. So it gives me a fairly narrow view of data. So I'm not being pulled in many directions and my brain isn't being taxed trying to go all over the place. And that's really how I use them. Now as things go on, probably I don't look at the races in the first 5 to 10 minutes much. A lot of head fakes during the day and stuff like that. But, I casually peruse through them and I give a click on the stocks and, I'll start setting price alerts on them. Today's a bad example of that because I have not looked at the market at all today. I've been so busy with support work for trade ideas that I honestly just haven't looked at the market at all right now. So bad on me, I guess, on one sense, but I do have another job that I have to do here with trade ideas. So it is what it is. But that's, the short and skinny of what I'm doing. Now, there's no one way to do this. There's no right way to do it. It's just like, ordering dinner at the restaurant. There's no, best dish. If, I can tell you the best dish is the pork chops and you tell me I don't eat pork. Well, obviously, I don't know what else to tell you then, or I could tell you that it's a stuffed acorn squash and you tell me you're allergic to squash. Well, I guess, it was the best dish, just not for you. And the same idea here. This is the best way, at least that I found. I've refined this over time a little bit, how I've done this. Obviously, the way I was doing it back in January and February of 2022 is not exactly how I'm doing it now. But that's the short and skinny Phil on what I'm doing with these races here personally. Again, narrow view, watching these stocks, and then I set price alerts. Right click, let's set a price alert. And then I kind of track things, and then I start to formulate plans. If this happens, then I may do this. If I enter here, then that's my stop loss. If I enter here and then that's my stop loss, then this is my tentative way to manage it if it becomes a winner. All those other parts of the trading plan that aren't necessarily part of the scan. People may build some kind of a trading plan into their scans. I don't necessarily have one like that. I used a few different metrics that I'm looking at for stop losses and entries and things like that, based on the charts themselves. Hopefully, Phil, that helped somewhat. I wouldn't be surprised if you had more follow-up questions, or if something I didn't explain enough or well enough, make sure hit me more with some more questions, Phil, on that. But maybe that's enough to get things going or get a conversation rolling between us. Travis, back to you. How and where do you measure market sentiment? I use our compare count windows. So I have a few different compare count windows. I could switch my screen really fast here. Give me a second. Nope, that's not what I want. Just bear with me one moment here. All right, now you should have eyes on my other screen real quick. And I have these compare count windows that are here. And so these four here that I'm drawing the pink circle around, those are very, very similar. They're basically looking at new highs versus new lows with some market cap metrics in there, they're segregated by market cap on there. And that's what those windows are doing. Then I have this one down here called 30-day market breadth, and it's taking new 30-day highs versus new 30-day lows, essentially. And we can see that the new 30-day highs are, again, dominating. And I keep track of this over the week. I don't put in a spreadsheet or anything like that, but I just note mentally to myself day in and day out what this is looking like. And I mean, I can't even recall the last time that this was red this way versus being green this way like that. That's all I'm doing for that. Aside from that, take the temperature of the overall market with SPY Qs and diamond and IWM charts. That's really it. I'm using those there like that. Nothing really fancy or anything like that. So just bear with me one moment here while I swap the screens back to where they belong. There we go. It looks right again. So that's what I'm doing there. Mike C, what's happening? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Steve, just like how we can set absolute price alerts for stocks, is a way to set alerts for moving average breaks in TI, i.e. when the price breaks a moving average. Kind of, sort of. So this is what I would suggest for you. Get rid of that. Looking for an alert window here. So when we come into the configure of an alert window, we do have some cross alerts for SMAs. Hold on. Let's try this. All right. So we've got these pre-built in ones here, and they're hard coded, so you can't make any adjustments on those. The only adjustment you can make is you can set the alert and then maybe set some kind of, position and range or volume or X amount of shares traded filters to accompany these. The one issue behind these is that inside the algorithm for this set of alerts on the crossovers or the crossed above belows on the SMAs is a volume confirmation. The volume confirmation in these is an algorithm that's based on certain metric averages of volume, and it relates to each stock as it tries to alert. So coupled with that, the candle has to close on the cross. You're not going to get the alert before the candle closes, number one. And then number two, the volume metrics have to be met. So until those volume metrics are met, the candle is closed and the crosses happen in the alert, all three of those things, you won't get the alert. So some of these alerts will come after the cross has happened because one of those two items, either the volume metrics in the algorithm haven't been met or the candle isn't closed. So they work well for some people because some people want those extra confirmations. Other people don't want them, and it doesn't work well for them. You know, you can't make everybody happy, unfortunately, and that's the way they were coded at the beginning based on, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feature requests, you know, when these were coded, you know, a decade ago or so, give or take 10 or 11, 12 years ago. The other way that I would suggest doing this is we do have a lot of SMA filters, right? So we've got these different SMA filters here. So you could do one of these filters and you could tell the filter, you know, we can add a filter here. This is going to be a bad window to do it in. Hold on. Let me get a new, fresh alert window. That'll be better, where it's not jammed up by all my experimenting. So filter SMA. All right, so we've got all these SMA filters. So let's just say I wanted to see a 5 period crossing on a 5, right? This would be my suggestion on this one here. Add that filter, and then we can use the show me function to say, let's see, I want to see stocks that are within 0.25% of the 5 period. So here we can see, because I added those values, it updates it real time. So show me stocks with prices no more than 0.25 above, no more than 0.25 below, or it is right at that. And you could tighten these up. You can make it, let's say 0.15, right? And 0.25 or 0.15 and 0.15, or you can make it 0.5 or 0.05 or whatever you want it to be, right? So as close as you want it to be to that moving average. And then you could couple that with, you get an alert here, any of the different alerts that we have in here. So you could say new high, or if you want to see it alert a little more often, possibly we could go 5-minute high, right? We put a 5-minute high alert in there, or we could say crossed above, you know, daily high resistance, or crossed above market open, or different things like that. Because here's the biggest thing that people fail to understand or realize with cross alerts. Cross alerts do not work when a stock is going sideways or when the overall market itself is generally going sideways. You're going to get a lot of head fakes on the cross alerts, right? Because, you know, it's the market tracks up and then tracks back down and then tracks back up and then tracks back down. Or even with the stock, you're going to see all these crosses happen and the stock never really went anywhere. So all of a sudden, when you get these cross alerts and you get a bit of a trend with it, that's when it's best. So you may find yourself wanting to use an alert like, sorry, let me get a configure back up here. One of these running up nows, or running up intermediate, channel breakout, channel breakdown, or one of these different crossed aboves, or if you're going for cross down, cross belows. And I started type above, so it's going to show me the aboves, but there's cross belows as well. So you might find one of these other cross ones to couple with the SMA filter or filters you want to use for those cross alerts to find stocks that are making a cross that you want to see above a certain moving average, and the stock itself is possibly starting to trend in general. And oh yeah, no worries. I get that all the time. You know, Steve has a very deep sounding voice to me. Whenever I hear my voice, I don't think it's very deep personally, but you know, I guess we never hear our voices exactly as everybody else hears them or whatever. So since day one that I started here at Trade Ideas, people have confused me with Steve. So, which I don't necessarily consider a bad thing, because you know, I consider Steve a mentor in a lot of ways to me. You know, between the market and other things, just a great person. So I take it actually as a compliment when people call me Steve. So hopefully that helped on the cross alerts. And again, keep throwing stuff at me. We can keep going at these topics, and if I didn't cover something well enough, or I went too fast, or you want to dive further into something, hopefully I can do that for you as well. When people say money is rotated out of one sector into another, do they say this after one down day? You will find people that will tell you that the market's crashing after one down day. So it will definitely apply to sectors. And I want to give you example Exhibit A. All right. If my charts would cooperate with me on this day here, I cannot tell you how many people are like, it's over. We're headed back into a bear market, blah, 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 blah. And we may very well be headed back into a bear market. I have no idea whatsoever. What I do know right now is that the last 2 days are not bearish. I can 100% say that that is not a bearish follow-up candle, and that is not a bearish candle. Is that exuberantly bullish? No, it's not exuberantly bullish, right? But I mean, let's realistically look at the run we've just had here, right? I mean, a pretty decent run going on, you know? A market doesn't take the elevator up, you know, the market takes the windiest set of staircase up and does take an empty elevator shaft down. And same with stocks when that happens. So, but I cannot tell you how many people on Twitter were screaming at the top of their lungs, oh, dark cloud cover, and it's over, and bearish engulfing, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And tomorrow it's on, and the route's coming, and the bears are coming for you all. And well, here we are today. And to be very, very clear about something, I'm neither a bear nor a bull. I don't care. Now, most people have 401ks that, you know, they can't ever short in and they don't have much control over, and retirement funds. So I prefer to see us in bull markets in general, just to see rising tide lift all boats. I like to see everybody succeed. I think there's room for everybody at the top, you know, as long as you're putting in the work, you have a trading plan, all those things like that. So yes, bull markets, I think, are much more healthy for overall society and helping people out in general. Bear markets are also healthy and necessary. So don't get yourself, you know, don't get it twisted either. Nothing goes straight up. That's just not the way it works. I know there'll be all kinds of people that argue about all the things that Fed have done with QE, and that's a natural market since 2010 and blah, 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 blah. I'm not here to debate any of that stuff. That's for people that like to debate that stuff. Only thing that I care about is price and volume. That's it. And right now, price and volume tell me that the market is up and it's not crashing at the moment. And that's all I could say. And what it does tomorrow and next week, I couldn't possibly tell you. But if you go through, and I'm going to share this scan with you folks, the compare count window, and those that would like to use it can. And I would implore you to use this exercise. Just give me one moment. 30-day market breadth, high versus low, share. You know what? Actually, let me share a new version, because I don't know if I have a new version of this or not. I mean, bear with me a moment here, folks, just to make sure in case I made any adjustments on this. You're looking at what I'm looking at moving forward. For those that want to do it anyways. This here is that 30-day market breadth that I've been looking at. I've been using this since April. And this thing, if we, you know, hit the Wayback Machine here, all right, here's April, right? Back below that 400 level. And sometime in here's when I decided to start using that. And I've seen that thing bullish as heck consistently and very infrequently bearish. And that's what we've seen since I started using that. Now, is that a happy accident? It just happened to work that way? I have no idea. I don't think this is enough data, a big enough data sample for me to make any kind of judgment on it. But I can say with empirical evidence that that window, I'll bring it back over to the screen to make things easier for us. This window has looked more like this 5 days a week than it has where it's more red than green 5 days a week since I started using it back in the middle end of April. Not actually the end of April. I didn't start using it actually probably almost to the beginning of May, because it was when the CMT symposium was going on. I probably started it that Monday after the symposium. So I don't remember the exact dates, but it was within the last day or two of April, and then all May, June, and as we round out July today, because we're going to get fresh monthly candles at the end of the day. Yay! Who doesn't love fresh monthly candles? You know, that's what I could say. I'm curious when we do get a sell-off, because obviously we will. That's, you know, it happens, right? You know, it's a week, a month, a day, a year, whatever it happens to be. I'll be curious to see what this does over that period of time, making my mental notes. Some people are probably more data vigilant than I am. Maybe they're going to want to track and make, you know, better notes in a spreadsheet or however the heck they want to do it. I obviously highly encourage that. There's no such thing as, you know, bad data. Is there such thing as bad data? I don't know. I don't think with this there would be such thing as bad data with this here and taking a look at that and tracking that's record. So I know it's a really long roundabout winded answer, but a lot of things in the market require long roundabout winded answers. So in short, yes, people will tell you that the rotation is on or the sector's over in one day. Sometimes they'll be right and sometimes they'll be wrong. It'll always be in retrospect that we knew which one it was. How do you use Holly AI? I'm not sure if that's how I personally use her. I use her as a watch list. I look at what she's alerted. I'll throw price alerts if the stock interests me. So, I'll give a click on one of her alerts here and, I'll throw a price alert at, levels that interest me or matter to me, and I'll track it like that. The reason why I do that personally is because, and why I would say that anybody should be doing something similar to that anyways, is blindly following any system will net you losses every time. What I have found over the years with Holly is that sometimes her entries are early, sometimes they're late, sometimes they're right on time. Not every trade is going to be a winner, obviously. And I found her quote unquote exits, again, early or late or right on time. So that you're generally getting some high probability setups. I think a majority, I would say, of her trades end up in the money at some point. Some obviously more than others. I do not think her exits, I do not think she managed exits well. It's just a harder part of the algorithm for us to get down on that. But that's where being a trader comes in, and human and machine, right? No, Paul Tudor Jones, no human is better than a machine and no machine is better than a human with a machine, something like that. Paul Tudor Jones. I mean, if you don't know who Paul Tudor Jones is, I recommend looking him up. Not that you have to know like everything about him or anything like that, but he's one of the biggest hedge funds guys of all time, one of the most successful traders of all time. And you don't get to be that by accident. That's just not how that works in this world. But the point being is that Holly on her own without some trading experience is not going to be anywhere near the same. Now, to cover some other basics of Holly, just in case you're new, there is no Holly win rate. The scans in them just consistently adjust based on back testing, and it it self tweaks in its optimizing process, an automated optimizing process. So there's no official anything. And then how do you measure? There's no portfolio that we have it in. Oh, that's not what I want to bring over. I want to bring this over. But if you're looking to get the Holly strategy trades window, some of the basic stuff here with Holly, you go to new and you look for premium AI strategy trades window. So you got the premium strategy window and strategy trades window. I won't say ignore the strategy window, but I'd focus on the strategy trades window. That's where you're going to see the actual trades, and you click on that and it's going to give you this window here. I have mine set as a default, so it opens a certain way. There's only certain things I want to see in it for data, and that's it. And there's different filters that are up here. You can filter by closed or open positions, only long, only short, only profitable trades, only losing trades. You can filter by the strategies in here. So these are the strategies that she would have came with today to the table to deploy. There's 60 something base strategies that were put into this. Some of them haven't traded in probably 2 years, to be honest with you. They're just whatever reason, backtesting and optimizing says they're no go. They get backtested and optimized daily, but just some of them, they don't trigger for whatever reason. I'm not a data scientist in that regard. I have no hand in building Holly whatsoever. I just know, some of this behind the scenes stuff like that I can impart and share with you folks. A lot of the whys are well above my head. It's not that I couldn't know. It's that it's algorithm speak that I don't understand when it comes to coding some of the stuff. So, what I would like to share, of course, is the Holly guide. If you haven't seen that, Holly guide. Sorry, just looking for the link. Bear with me a moment. Copy and paste. There you go. There's the Holly guide coming in at you. Let me bring the Holly guide over real fast here. So, you got the Holly guide here. You click this on her forehead and it'll bring you down here. And here's your strategies, all your listeds. Here's a how to use Holly. So there's some more tutorials on there. What she does, who she is, different risk modes, risk size, all these different things like that. Yeah, all that's there. So the short and skinny on Holly. Let me make sure that I'm catching up here. And again, if you have more excuse me, sorry, a little gas bubble. If you have more specific questions on Holly, fire those away. I will do my best to answer those, of course. Does it tell you what type of trade it is? Cup and handle breaking out? No, I mean, it's got these strategies here. And then, sorry, let me bring back over the Holly guide again. So, all right, one thing, I guess, let me do this first before I bring over the Holly guide. So in this here, let me get rid of that. So when we were talking about opening Holly, we had the strategy trades window that's showing you the trades. The strategy window here, this tells you what the strategies are, right? Breakout, long, nickelback, slippery slope, sunrise mover. It tells you long or short strategy. And in the Holly guide itself, we can go down and we can see Holly strategies. And this will give you a short blip on what the strategies are trying to do and what they're looking for and all those things like that. And it goes right down the list. And like I said, there's a lot of them. I mean, look how many I'm going through here. And like I can tell you right now, I haven't seen the vault since sometime in late 2018, the last time I saw it. It is what it is, you know. I probably haven't seen yesterday hammer, today's strength in a couple of months. Balloon underwater, I haven't probably seen in a year. And some of these I see a lot. You know, separation from the 8, I believe I've seen not that long ago. Breakout long is obviously it's here today, right? Pullback long, I've seen that, you know, recently. Pullback short, I've seen recently. So, you know, that's all listed there, and you're welcome to, you know, kind of go through and give a read over each of those synopsises on those there. And I think I'm caught up on everything that's been put in here, but if I miss something, please put it back in again. I'd never pass something on purpose. If I don't know the answer, I'm, you know, going to use my superpowers of saying I don't know. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just scrolling back through to see if there's something I missed. I think I'm caught up here. Yeah, and I put the Holly guide in there. So, all right. Yeah, that looks correct. And again, so you've got this here. And so go over this really fast here. So this win rate that you see here is the win rate on the back test. All right. Coming into today, but it's the way this, you know, so the breakout long that was put in there, let's say this was put in there in the beginning of 2017, you know, kind of at the beginning of Holly's inception. The breakout long that was put in there then is nothing like the one now, which is nothing like the one that it might have traded sometime last week, for example, because of the back testing and optimizing. These all, you know, different filters are tweaked. Now, some will have base filters in them that won't get messed with. There's something in the system that says, don't touch this filter. For example, one of the strategies is called little big guy, right? And that's supposed to be smaller price stock. So it won't mess with the price filter on that. Price filter is untouchable, but it might mess with relative volume. It might mess with the position and range. I don't know that these are filters in there, but it, you know, just giving them as examples. It might mess with shares traded. It might mess with volume percentage, you know, things of that nature. You know, something that's, you know, any of these strategies that might be looking for gaps, odds are it's probably not tweaking the gap much because you don't want it to tweak it so that the gap is closed on it, right? It's always got to look for a gap if it's a gap type of strategy, things of that nature like that. So that's the best win rate that I could give you there. And then you see a profit factor on these as well. So you can see today, obviously, breakout long. You got a winner and a loser. Although I suspect that this is a buyout here. But it is what it is. Oh, no, earnings before. So it's an earnings play. All right, so just holding the tight range. That's all there is to it on it. And you can see this one, a pretty darn sizable win here for $9 stock. And breaking out long, obviously. So, and the rest of these scans, because that's what they are, essentially strategy scans, nothing has met. No stock has met their criteria to be alerted on them today. So, you know, we'll sit and wait and see what the balance of the day yields or does not yield. Does DAI long race have anything to do with Holly premium alerts? Let me look. I'm going to guess that's in a channel bar. Give me a second here to bring that up because I don't really look at Holly in that regard. Bear with me. Docked. Channel bar. Nope, that's the wrong one. Channel bar. Let's go to Holly. I'm guessing there must be a race in here, right? I guess there is no race in here. Maybe it's in the long-term AI? Oh, okay, long-term. Must be the long-term that you're referencing. Holly long race. Yeah, it must be that when you're saying long. So yeah, it just looks like things that are in this table here. I'm not sure exactly how they're ordered off this table. Let's see. Show race setup. Delta descending. So delta value on this descending here, but I'm not sure what this is running off of. Change from close. Oh, okay. Yeah, change from close. Duh. So yeah, you're going to look at stocks that are up the most from the change from close as the delta descending value on how they're on here. And then these are all just going to be, they're going to be these stocks here. High grade setup. So you've got TUP is probably, I'm guessing, the up the most right now from the close on this table here, followed by STKH. So let me move this down so we can get, oh wait, there's a chart there, Doug, Chris. So yeah, if we take a look here, we can see this. There's Tupperware. It's up 36%, up 31%, up 0.31%, up 9%, like that. So wonder why this is here. How does that sneak in there? Where's my logic? What was that again? Well, it might be something that's going to eventually get pulled off, I have to guess. Oh, it was from a short. That's why. Forgive me. It's from a short. That makes sense now. That makes sense. Okay. Now that makes sense. Got it. Okay. Sorry, I was having trouble understanding the logic why that race would be on there. And that makes sense for these two that I just saw also. All right. And these came from Holly day trade alerts. And they're ones that, have gone on to be multi-day holders. So, kind of keeping with the theme of let your winners run type of idea behind that there. That is for the Holly long term there. Let me drop that window. And again, with anybody with questions, keep firing those away. This has been a great session. I feel like this has been a great session anyways. I like it when you folks are more interactive like this. I just feel like I get more out of it, If no other questions are coming in at the moment, we could always dive around the overall market here. I appreciate that. Definitely great. Appreciate the feedback. And listen, if I'm doing something and we don't like it, I mean, that doesn't mean that I'll stop necessarily, but maybe there's an adjustment I can make to make it better, right? So all feedback is welcome, right? As long as everybody's keeping it respectful or friendly. If we don't like something or anything like that, or you feel like I'm missing or grazing over something, let me know. I'm not perfect. I do my best. So sorry. I was going to look over the overall market, but again, anybody interrupt me if you have questions. Interrupt me. I'm just going to dive around the market real fast to keep things moving and keep things relevant and interesting. So, buy smiley faces and all that. It's a big level, obviously, for the SPY here. We can break out over that. There's your lifetime high on the S&P 500, the SPY. Can we automatically trade with Holly? Reluctantly, I will tell you yes. We have removed it from any advertising whatsoever. We have not offered, we have not advertised, we have not discussed on any of our web pages, promotions, or anything like that, automated Holly since the very beginning of April. So all of April, May, June, and now all of July. 4 months. We want to push people away from it. The short and skinny of it is this. If you think that you're just going to find a system, plug into it, and basically you're going to send money to one people who are essentially going to send you more money back, I'm very sorry. No such system exists on this planet. The closest you're going to get to it that's a real one is hiring a financial planner or advisor or something like that, who's going to take a fee from you and you assume all the risks, right? That's as close as you're going to get. Anybody that tells you follow my automated bot and you're going to guarantee money, that's it. It's a guarantee scam. It's 100% without any, there are very few things that are 100% in this world, right? That is 100% guaranteed scam. No such bot exists on this planet, not here, not anywhere else, that you simply subscribe to it, pay some money, and you're going to get more money than you're paying. It just doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I know, people have day jobs and it's hard to sit in front of a screen and day trade and all those things like that. And for those people, I would implore you to do what I did when I had a day job like that and I couldn't be in front of a screen, is start learning swing trading, right? It allows you to trade and be a participant in the market before you're able to make that break from a day job, which is, it's beyond hard. It's beyond hard. With all that said, yes, you can automate Holly. All right. It's possible. But again, I'd steer you away from it personally. If you are looking to automate Holly, I'll drop a video in here that shows how it's done to set it up in automation in our simulator. And it's the exact same steps if you were to have IB or E-Trade for your brokers. So that's how it can be done there. And again, I do not endorse automating Holly. I am on the record of not automating Holly as the right call. Big volume on G triple R. That's a good shot there. What's that? Taiwan, right? Hey, not too bad, right? That's interesting. That's interesting. So we've seen it's done some stuff here recently, really kind of come off all that. I don't know. We'll see if it's sustainable, that volume. So it looks like on a 3-minute chart. Yeah, volume's kind of really dropped out on it now. But, you never know, right? It's got to start somewhere. So it might be something you want to set a price alert for. Using the Royal U, of course. Does each Holly trade give you a smart stop for each trade? Yeah, every Holly, I don't like stuff on my charts. But here, if I go to properties and I go show AI trades, there you can see where the stop is for GDRX. Here you can see where the stop is for NEWR. So there it is up there. It's giving the actual stop level where it's saying the risk reward is just based on something that's in here. So if I go to tools, options, AI trade size, you can see in here, I'm basing it risking $100 per trade. So that's, what that's based on there essentially. But each Holly trade will have a stop. And as I say, I do some videos on Holly every week. And as I always say, you may not agree with Holly stop. I don't agree with a lot of Holly stops. I have my own unique individual way of putting out stops and share sizes. And they are not the same as literally any other person on this planet or any other machine on this planet. I can 100% guarantee that. I may agree sometimes with it, or they may agree with me sometimes on it. There's 0% chance we'll agree 100% on it 100% of the time. So the idea here is encouraging risk management, right? Get it in front of you. I think it's the hardest thing for anybody that gets involved in trading to do is understand you're really not a trader. You're a risk manager. You're managing the risk of your hard-earned money. And that is the most important and the hardest thing for most people to wrap their brains around. I know it was certainly the hardest for me to wrap my brain around. But there it is, stop right there for you. That's, through the right click, you can do all that stuff like that there. I wouldn't call it a smart stop necessarily, not to confuse it with smart stop, because there's the smart levels also in properties. If I go show smart risk levels. Why do I not get smart risk levels? What am I doing wrong? Why can't I turn on smart risk levels? What am I missing? Show indicators, show order, show AI trade. I know I'm missing a step. I'm having a brain fart. Excuse me. All right, we'll let that pass for the moment unless someone needs to pursue it. Anyway, so yeah, and toggle those on and off there. So yeah, any more questions? Again, keep those coming. Keep those coming. Keep those coming. All right, so we started to look at the SPY there. I'm going to throw that back up. But if, again, interrupt me with questions. Interrupt me with questions. All good. So, we've made, here's our next recent high. We're moving sideways. We're coming into the quote unquote dog days of summer where volume will be at its lowest. I think sell in May and go away is, simply not true anymore. I don't know how true it ever was. I don't have enough experience to go back, and I'm not going to go look at the research. I don't need to. It doesn't benefit me any. What I know is there's always action in the market. But, we're running sideways again a bit here. We ran sideways for quite a while here before busting out, and then we made a loop down into another, breakout level, smaller breakout level, but all the same, right? So could we run sideways for a little while? I wouldn't be shocked. 460 is not going to be a number the market's going to give up easy. That's for sure. The triple Q, I'm going to represent your NASDAQ. Same thing here, right? So, but what I would love to note is this. Got these beautiful steps up. I wouldn't be opposed. I'd be a big fan to see a long step happen here before the next step up. I also wouldn't be surprised if we had a long step and then maybe a step down and a step back up again. Or I wouldn't be surprised if we just started stepping down. I wouldn't be surprised by any of it. Not a thing the market does surprises me. Oil went negative, right? Impossible to just be surprised after things of that nature. Diamonds, I mean, just unbelievable run that it's had. And, for those that are keeping score at home, you had, green day. And even though these candles were red, that was an up day. This was an up day. That was technically a down day, an inside down day. And then up. Technically up. And then finally not going up. So Dow's been strong as heck. Dow never got beat up as much as the rest of the market did when it sold off. It did not sell off like the S&P or the NASDAQ. IWM, whole other ball game, right? Whole other ball game, the IWM. Sold off as much as the rest, has not recovered like the rest, right? Cannot pierce that 200 level. Just can't seem to do it. Banging, not too far off those lows back here. So I don't know what to make of it. There's your obvious your COVID low, your big bull run up, big sideways run, sell off, rally, sell off, rally, sell off, smaller rally. For those of you that are a fan of Elliott wave, I mean, pretty clear what we got going on here, right? We got some pretty extended corrective waves at this point. At some point, does it uncorrect and it comes out for the breakout and a new primary? Or does it continue the primary this way instead? This would be this is a running flat right here, I'd call it. For those of you that are Elliott wave fans. We don't do anything Elliott wave in the software, but I just, I know it from the CMT courses. And it was actually one of the things that at first I hated Elliott wave. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing. And then I don't know, for whatever reason, it was very tough for me to understand. And maybe because I had such a battle with it and I had to study it over and over and over and over and over again, we fell in love Elliott wave and me. So Fibonacci retracements. Yeah. I don't use them, but I certainly see their value for those that get into the fibs. At the end of the day, the market is a huge conglomerate of humans and machines. The machines are programmed by humans, right? So, this stuff all kind of holds and tangles together. It's conglomerate. This is, price here is a conglomerate of human emotion and machine programmed human emotions. But long story long, sorry. IWM, just not quite the same as the rest, kind of remains under pressure here. At some point it is going to need to resolve this stuff here. I know.
Yeah, but until the machines are programmed by machines.
But I think, I'm illustrating well enough.
Oh.
Someone might make the argument that you still had this downtrend that was going on there, and now it's broken that downtrend. Now it's waiting to make a breakout of this here, right? I could see that argument made without any question. But what do I know? What I always encourage people to do, and what I do and have done, is just start drawing lines on a chart. I mean, try to make them make sense to you. Obviously, don't just get up there and just start scribbling. That's obviously not going to do anything for anybody. Doing something like that. But get up there, start looking. Is this some kind of rounded bottom that's happening? There's support with it. Here's this. Draw those lines where price seems to like to gravitate towards first, right? And then start to break some other things down from there. Generally speaking, once you start to get enough chart time, seat time looking at charts, certain things should begin to start to jump out at you. One of those first ones for me was noticing, where does price consistently touch the most, right? Take a line here and there we go. We can scroll back a little bit and we can, take a look at some of this stuff, right? Is it any happy accident? Again, for my random walk hypothesis fans, right? Bang, 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 bang. You can't tell me that's an accident. You can tell me it's an accident. I won't be able to talk to you with a straight face afterwards. We have alerts for Fibonacci's. Let me bring up an alert window here. Alert configure. So here are your Fibonacci's that we offer, right? And then, you can click on help and get these definitions here of the specific alert. And then there's an alert filter with these. So you see the hour of trading here. So if we go to add alert, you can see there's a filter field for the alert itself. And for more on that, you got to scroll down a bit to the alert filter, alert specific filters here. And if we scroll down to here, you're going to find the fibs. Whoops. I clicked that and it brought me back up to the definition. Sorry. There we go. We look here, we can see that the fibs and some of the geometric patterns and crossed above and below resistances, they use the same alert filter types here that you can get some more details on those that are there. That's the offering that we have on Fibonacci's there. I hear the whispering.
Well, I actually came in a little earlier, but you didn't have your mic on.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Because you were talking about humans programming the machines. And I said, yeah, but wait till the machines start programming the machines.
Well,
then,
you know, for all we know, they're doing it already. But
yeah,
at this point, what I'm doing is still working a little bit more than it's not working. So I'm just going to keep it up.
And you say that now you are a devotee to Elliott Wave. You're a devotee.
I wouldn't say I'm a devotee, but like when I look at charts, I just can't help but see them now. Like they're there.
Okay.
But that was probably the part of the curriculum to this point that I struggled the most with, because there's just so many rules, and then the rule doesn't count if you do this. And it was like when I started reading it, I'm like, this is just a bunch of, like, they just made it up as they went along. Like that was, right. You know, like, well, it worked 10 times, but on the 9th time it didn't work. So we'll just make this exception rule for the 9th time. I'm like, all right, you know, I'm not a fan of cherry picking, as you well know. So, you know, I kind of felt like it was being done with that. But at some point during our dance, I had to accept it as what it is. And the fact that all technical analysis is really subjective, some more subjective than others. And what one person sees isn't going to be what another person sees. And I mean, look, obviously on this IWM chart, when you have something crazy happen like that, how can you perform any technical analysis on that based right there, you know, once in a 100-year event or something like that. So sometimes you just got to throw everything out and start fresh again when things like that happen also. So
now the other thing you said was that I guarantee that nobody else has stops like me. And
100% of the time.
100%. Oh, 100%. Okay. Well, then okay, fine. You're right.
I can guarantee. I'm certain, and I could be wrong. I mean, I'd love to see someone prove me wrong, but I don't think you will find two people that agree on the exact same stop 100% of the time, on especially day trading.
Right.
You know.
The only thing I would say
most of the time, sure, because we're all looking at a lot of the same levels, but
yeah. Unless well, we can't do it, of course, in our automation. But I mean, unless you take, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle or something like that, right, and that's your stop, and that's a defined stop for everybody. There's no question about it. There's no guesswork. There's no, is this support? Is this resistance? That's the only thing. And you know, I'd actually suggest that maybe people, when they're starting out, try something like that, because otherwise, all this talk about money management is great. And all the talk about stops is great, but I know there are people that say, well, yeah, great, it makes all sense, but where do I put my stop?
Yeah.
How do you, like, you guys have got experience, and you have different ways of seeing the, you know, the market or the chart. I don't have that experience. So that's why I suggest, you know, you're going to start out, maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle and see how it works.
That's where I started, was low of the previous 15-minute candle.
Or 15, you know, whatever.
That's where I started. I don't really use that anymore. But, you know, I found that when I stuck to stops, what happened was small losses, which are much more manageable than large losses, regardless of what I used as the stop. That was key number one. Stick to it. Yeah, but it's hard. It's very hard. It's human nature. First off, we hate being wrong. Second, we love buying things on sale. Oh, the stock is, you know, it's been falling. You know, it's down 50% from all-time high, but it's a big corporation. Everybody uses it. It's got to recover, right? Well, what's to stop it from falling another 50%? There's literally nothing to stop it from falling another 50%.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can't remember the last time I disobeyed my stop. It just doesn't. It's too. It's so. It's like a trigger for me, you know. Like it's almost impossible for me to not obey my stop. It's like it's so ingrained. You know?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
I would say for also the last parting shot that I'll leave with. For also, you're very welcome, Travis. Glad you got something out of this. Not obeying my stop isn't something I've done in a long time. not obeying, taking profit, something I've done a few times recently. And then
Mhm.
I paid for it afterwards. So ill-gotten gains are easily given up. And don't ever forget that. I tell people don't ever forget that either. Because I used to read that all the time. It's like, oh, after you have like a lucky trade where you didn't follow your rules and you made a bunch of money, you might want to, sit out for a day or two. Now it was self-fulfilling prophecy or not, but I've had a few of those where I had some ill-gotten gains. And then maybe I got a little complacent or cocky and I handed those right back, which was very unpleasant. It is what it is. But
Just a minute
just
now. I'm just
trading
writing
plan.
that down. Ill-gotten gains. Okay, yeah, I'll let you go because I know you've got lots of stuff to do. Okay.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of the day. I'll talk to you all later. Bye bye.
All right, everybody. I'm back in the room again, in the YouTube room again, and just let me get. Okay, let's. What is happening now? I'm just sort of looking around. The Archer is still pretty good, ACHR still hanging above that 635 mark. So that's still looking, could have an end of day run, based on the news. Um, Mini Me, I know you're looking at that AMC. I do see the AMC is coming into the VWAP. The VWAP is 488, so I see that it's looking right at the VWAP right now. Now, how did that CLS do? Just as I was taking my break, got the alert at 11:55. Yeah, it's an all-time high. Any Canadians, and I mean a Canadian, I just can't remember what it used to be called. It was some big name. I want to say almost IBM Canada, almost. Celestica, and they changed their name to Celestica years ago. I thought that sounded cooler, I guess. Yeah, so this Celestica, I'm telling you, you know what? If this takes out 22, and what did it get up to? Got just 21, 2196, 2199. Yeah, so I'm going to stick an alert just over 22. I mean, if this gets over 22, this got to go on a little bit of a run. It's it's a not a huge float. It's not a low float, but it's not a huge float. Green, really? I thought I took it over in YouTube. Let me make sure I did. Yeah. So what do you mean by screen? Can you guys still see my screen? Please. I hope we're not going through this again. Okay. Let me make sure it's. I hope it's just you, Nikki. But let's see if it's for everybody. You guys can see my screen in both YouTube and the main room. Okay. So it's got to be on your end. So if you can hear me, then do a refresh. Okay. Nikki Yale, do a refresh and see if that helps. Yeah, thanks, guys. You in YouTube, you guys can see. I know it's just that one person said they couldn't see my screen in the main room, so always have to check to make sure it's not everybody, but it's only that person. So just do a refresh. Yeah, this Celestica. I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, this is an all-time high. The only thing really holding me back on this is the day it had earnings, and I got up to 2067, and for whatever reason, I just sold off. I mean, it did still close above the previous day's close, but it closed way below the open, and now it recovered on Friday, and now it's sort of a continuation today. So I mean, anything over $22, this could be a nice little swing for anybody who is into swing trading. It's got obviously, because it's a lifetime high, there is no resistance. Tiva's getting thumped a little bit here, guys. So what's the next low looking left? 820. So it's a little bit close, unfortunately. Woo, Burks. This got halted on the way down. BGI. Now, Carvana. Again, for those of you who like to see stocks around the VWAP and maybe play a VWAP bounce or break, there's Carvana, 44.29. So it's just a little bit below the VWAP for Carvana, CVNA, a little bit below it. That's for tomorrow. Yeah, that I remember when that went public, and I thought, okay, this could be interesting. It's Canadian, DRSH. Certainly a known commodity. Oh, wow, what a horrible, horrible, horrible. The oral, so it was on a subscription model. I say providing an electric toothbrush via a subscription model. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure I know what that means. Don't tell me, is it do they deliver the brush heads to you? By certainly not the toothbrush itself. Yeah, I just can't see people getting too wild about that. So here's where it went public this month over here. Is back in August of last year, so about a year ago, went public. And now they're just desperate to raise money. Look at this. Well, raise money. They're going to do a reverse. What was the 1 for 25 reverse split? Well, guys, we got to watch it tomorrow. I'm putting it right now. I'm putting on my notepad that I'll be using for tomorrow, and just jotting that down. 1 for 25. We saw a few of those last week. Those reverse splits that for I don't know 30 minutes, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour. They went crazy. Well, that's a mystery unto itself, Calvin. People buying bottled water. Now, granted, I live in one of the great places in the world, I think, for great tap water. So I think we rank one of the highest in Vancouver. I think we rank one of the highest. So I never, ever, ever considered bottled water. It will not change. Okay, the float will not change. Tomorrow it's possible it'll change. It happens twice a month. Okay, so it's possible it'll change. But all you have to remember now, even if just sort of, well, I'm going to put that down. I'll just put it down. We have a float at 2 million. Okay. So unless that says, 1/25th of that tomorrow, then we know it hasn't changed. And it's really not our issue. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. It's industry wide. The float and the short float gets updated every 15 days, approximately twice a month. Well, let me go to another website and just check to see what they say. Yeah, they've got 10 million in the float, so I don't know. I don't know. Our provider has 2 million, but whatever it's going to be less than a million. Okay. It'll be less than a million in the float tomorrow. It may not show that here, but it will be. And you can see, look at the volume coming in. There are people. When did they announce it? So I don't know. Was that 12:55? Literally at 12:55. That's when they announced the 1 for 25 reverse split effective tomorrow. So that was their notice of their delisting notice. You know what? I did not realize. Well, we do remember that one company that caught every broker unawares when they did the reverse split in the pre-market. What was the name of that stock? Somebody will remember. And it went absolutely crazy. They announced in the pre-market, which I don't think I've seen. I didn't see before, and I've not seen since. Was it CLBR? I will trust your memory, Calvin. Or was it COSM? Minimi says it was COSM, COSM. That seems more, yeah, I sort of remember it being COSM, COSM. What did I trade today? Well, early on, I traded GDRX. I did trade TUP. I did trade ACHR. A little minor scalp short of ON. But I'm not in anything now. I wish I still had some of that ACHR, but DNTC, is that what you think it was, John? I think it was the COSM. I think it was the COSM. I really do. I think it was COSM. To be honest, I didn't. I thought a company had to give more notice than well. I guess they don't have to give any notice in theory, since the COSM. But I thought most of the time when you see these reverse splits, most of the time they've made the announcement, and then the reverse split will be effective several days away. So in theory, it doesn't have. Okay, so you're saying it doesn't have to be reported, but again, I don't think I saw anything like COSM before, and I took it, and it caught the brokers unawares, unaware. There you go, Henry saying, yeah, Robinhood had a glitch. Was it something like, let's just, I mean, I don't really remember. Let's just say you had 1,000 shares of that COSM and it was at 17 cents and they did the reverse split in the pre-market and it was up at $8. And somehow it wasn't, the ratio wasn't calculated on the number of shares you own. So people were able to, to literally trade their 1,000 shares out at $8. Was it something like that? You have to listen to me, Jose, okay? Understand that I'm not going to tell you what to buy or sell, okay? But if you've been in the room for instance, on the top, okay, TUP. I kept saying, guys, if this gets over four, because four for me was a to me was a critical level for it to get over. And when it got to this four level right there, see what happened? It got up to 408 and then it pulled back just underneath four. And I said, guys, it's holding four. And that's when I took it. I mean, I really want this stock over four, but it had to hold over four. But I'm not ever going to say, okay, everybody should be buying Tub at $4.10 and then sell some at 440 and sell some at 460. You have to have a plan of your own. All I can do is point out what I'm seeing. Oh, um, 5 minute oh, mini me 5 minute minimum, Tony, minimum. I would stay away from a 1 minute chart. You're a new trader. So, for instance, right now, Jose, watching the ACHR. So, what is it doing? It's basing nicely, it's not doing too badly. Um, but the whole idea for me is looking left. And where is the next high looking left? Well, on the weekly chart, it's 718. So it's got some room. Now, if that makes sense to you, if all of a sudden you get some volume and starts to move, which, that's probably where I'll take the trade. But that has to make sense for you too. Now, if you're saying, well, I don't know what makes sense because I'm new. Well, that's why you've got to practice in the simulator. Or, if you don't have our program, then, have some way to practice trading. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So what time is it? It is 119. So say 129. Should be no later than 129 back. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. back. Okay. Would you consider getting back on the ACHR? Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, at high of the day, traders are going to, lots and lots of trading platforms are going to have an indicator of a high of the day. And, if they didn't know the news before, they will see it, if they happen to take a look at the news. I mean, it's an eye-catching headline. $142 million dollars up to 142. That's not what people see. All they see is 142 Department of Defense. That's all they see. So, Green, I can give you something that's going to show you stocks that are near the VWAP, either on the upside or the downside. That is so you can monitor that. It's a top list, okay, and it just shows you stocks that are really, really close to the VWAP, either on the upside, like above it, or below it. Is that something that you'd like? So you want them both, or just ones above it, or do you want them both? Okay. Now let's hope I saved them. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, here we go. Near the VWAP over. Okay. The first one is just over the VWAP. And when you click on the alerts you get, you'll see. And then just under. Yeah. So when you click on the alerts, you will see, you have a way of monitoring the VWAP. I mean, I just use my single stock window. You'll see that if it's just over, it'll just be a little bit over. And of course, just a little bit under for the other one. It's not a matter of buying near the VWAP, Tony. There are people that I'm sort of, but it's a very interesting level. Okay, I think it's probably the second most followed level after the 200-day moving average. So when a stock gets into the VWAP, either on the way down, people that are watching to see, okay, will it bounce off it? Will it hold? And you sort of watch it for a bit. Maybe you put a price alert a little bit above, like if let's just say ACHR, the VWAP right now is 605. Let's say it pulled into it, that blue line you see on the chart. And you're wondering, wow, I wonder, will the VWAP hold it and then it'll bounce off it? Like, in other words, act like support. And then, so you might put a little bit of a price alert, maybe 10 cents, 15 cents above the VWAP to see if it does bounce and then continue. Or does it go through the VWAP? And then that obviously is not supported anymore and it turns into a potential short. So it's not just buying at the VWAP or not. It's a very important level that many, many, many traders follow. I do not see any news on this one. Yeah, I don't see any news. Somebody's asking about SNMP. What's the news on it? I don't see any. I mean, it's insane. These Amex stocks. Now, this happened on the. I wonder if it was a reverse split. So the removal of the trading suspension. Oh, I see. So it's basically trading as a new symbol, SNMP. It's resolved, continued listing deficiency. So that's the reason. Or to put it another way, as Ori is saying, so they actually emerged from the OTC here. Okay. So they were over the counter or pink sheets. So now they're trading on Amex. Yeah, and as Mike C is saying, I mean, understand what the VWAP means. That is where that's the price in which most of a lot of the action has happened. Okay, that volume, you just have to, you can go to Investopedia or, it stands for volume weighted average price. So that's the price in which a lot of shares have traded. Yeah, this ACHR guys, it's holding the 650 really nicely. 702 is a little close, but I mean, that is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. But, with that news, it could just keep moving and need some volume. I mean, the volume is really tapered off. Exactly, Calvin. So I'm assuming my noise canceling is working because the house next door to us is being demolished and there is thunderous noise. It's unbelievable how they demolish a house. It's working. It's incredible. So here's another one, guys. Take a look at Sophie. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. There's a. I'm sorry, Sophie is way above it. I'm sorry. Well, you can kind of see. There's that blue line on the 15-minute chart. And by the way, the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, there's not a 15-minute VWAP, a 2-minute VWAP. The VWAP's the VWAP. Okay, what's that? This is today. So you can see what happened. Look at that 15-minute chart. Look at it happen twice. It got right into it and held. Meanwhile, yeah, unfortunately, no before and afters. VWAP. Yes. Well, speaking of VWAP, and Shady's talking about Carvana. I know Shady doesn't. I don't think he pays that much attention to the VWAP, but there it is, 44.28. So you can see that blue line. It broke down through it, came right back up it, and now challenged it again. So maybe that VWAP's going to hold it for a while. Not our house, Mike. House next door. Yeah, exactly, Brian. Miss and hit our plate. Well, yeah, it is amazing though watching. I've never seen one. Only pictures or on TV. I've never seen one actually. Dennis the Menace. All right, guys. Well, yeah, that ACHR, I mean, it's doing a great job holding that 650 level. Meanwhile, APLS, okay. Sorry, guys, my cat is in a playful mood right now. APLS, guys, boy, oh boy, a little jog up to what did it get up to on that little jog up? 27? And then the SNPMP resumed. Of course, no shorts available now. Oh, somebody had insurance, Brian. Well, yeah, I just couldn't get into this one, the way I wanted to. But look, so this is the only one on the 10-day daily breakdown today. APLS 2788 was the alert at 9:36, 25:15 now. Hmm. Planet Labs, PL. Yeah, it's got some room to four, I suppose, but boy, if it gets through four sometime, maybe tomorrow, then it's got a shot up to the five level for PL. Yeah, it happened a long time ago, Z. Yeah, 11:30. 2 hours ago. Yeah, 2 hours ago, it bounced off the VWAP. Sophie. I don't think so, but let's take a look. Not according to our VWAP, anyway, unless I'm reading this wrong. 11:14 is the VWAP. So that's where I was saying it bounced off right here. At 11:15 and 11:30, that's where it held, bounced up. A little bit of a pullback, but that I wouldn't call that a bounce off the VWAP right there. Too far away. My opinion. Let me do a check on another. Well, I do have a trading view chart up and running, and they have the same VWAP, 11:15. Well, it's right here too. So, crazy spike on eBay. Okay. Yeah, crazy spike on eBay is right. Yeah. Sure, why not? You know why, of course. Now that, of course, that's now it's 139, but they did have a press release. eBay turns to AI on its attempt of tech-led business reimagination. So they had earnings on the on the 27th. They had after hours on the 26th, but the reaction was on the 27th. But that news was on the 30. Well, okay, it is on the 31st. Sorry, but it is earlier, so it doesn't account for this little pop. This pop right there. Actually, I've made probably more than I normally do in terms of trades. I mean, nothing right now. Tup was on a percentage basis was the best one for me. TUP at break over 4. Oh, guys, the longer this ACHR holds, I wish there was a little bit more room looking left on the weekly chart, but I mean that it may not matter. Maybe traders may be looking a little higher, but the longer this holds, just need some volume. You can see the volume is tapered off. Let me guess, Leanne, you're in ACHR. I'll take a wild guess. And XPath, boy, I got to watch this one tomorrow. I know I've said this all day, but XPath has to be watched tomorrow to see what it does off this 20 level. Again, the only news I see on this is that what that was it Cowan? I can't remember who it was, but it might have been Some broker downgraded them. Oh no, UBS. That's right. UBS downgraded them to 23. Now the stock was sitting at 23. Basically closed there, and so they said they basically downgraded them to that price, and it has dropped from 23 to 20. Okay, guys. Are you surmising that, Jamie? That lawsuits a buzzing regarding XBEV over the PR from UBS? Is that just something that you're assuming will happen? Because that is a pretty because with the only news, and it's not like KWeb. I kept looking at KWeb. Because it could have been that the entire China market was falling, but no, not even close. So I mean, this is XBEV on its own. And the other two EVs are not dropping, NIO and at least I don't think they are. They weren't earlier. NIO, nope. And LI, or Lee. Yeah, I mean Lee's basically flat. So it is just XHEV. So are you talking about what I was saying earlier, Jamie? Where it says UBS warns Volkswagen. So it almost looks like UBS had contacted Volkswagen and said, "Hey, your investment is could be in jeopardy." I mean that, which is absolutely not what happened. Okay, so I don't know if I don't know if that was done on purpose. Well, now that's being a real cynic, trade swings. But yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, of course, drive the price down and then come up with another press. Well, we didn't exactly warn Germany or Volkswagen. Yeah, I'm not going to take it overnight for a bounce, Jamie, but I will certainly be watching it tomorrow. Okay, guys, I'm just watching some thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting happening. I'm not seeing anything on the ones I've got thumbnailed. It is still halted, yes. We don't have the halt. Sometimes when a stock resumes and then it immediately gets halted, sometimes we don't have, excuse me, sometimes we don't have that halt in here, but yes, it is still halted. It's been halted for a while then because I do recall seeing this 465, but more than quintuples after return to Amex. All right, there's the ACHR. Okay, but the quick headline, Kishore, is what I was talking about. The quick headline, and that's what I saw. Most people don't dive into headlines that much, in my opinion, anyway. Like I can't. I'm just looking at the quick headline. So when you see this, Xpeng sheds 13% after UBS warns Volkswagen. Okay, that is just a headline, of course. And you've got to, yes, when you go into it, you do see. But a lot of people, that's all they're going to see. All right, guys. Let's see. Is it open yet? Must have opened. I guess SNMP must have opened. Oh no, it's still halted. Okay, so the last price it must have got halted right around 151, or just got halted again. Or I'm confused. Well, yeah, it looks like the last trade was at 151 at 565. So that looks like where when it got halted. Ooh, take a look, keep an eye on this one, baby. INVZ, just over the whole number. Through the 200-day moving average. And what's the next high looking left? 405, we've got that covered. 444, definitely keep an eye on that one, guys. Held the VWAP. You can see how well it held the VWAP over the 200-day moving average. Looking left, it's got room. Okay, guys, I took a loss on the ACHR. Okay, I'll look again to get in, but it popped up. Took it at 660, and as it broke down through 660 again, I decided to get out. So I've taken a loss on the ACHR. Yeah, it didn't have a lot of volume. It really didn't have a lot of volume when it made that little break. I thought, okay. But if you look at ACHR, you can just sort of see, the volume really wasn't there on that breakout. You see, look at the 15-minute chart. You don't see any big volume burst, big volume bar. So I really should have waited, but I thought maybe, just maybe. And it may not be over, don't get me wrong, but I just had a pretty tight stop on it. Oh, really? Amy Herman. Hmm. Not so much tighter stops. They it depends, depends what I've done today on the day, but I may reduce my risk. In other words, I may not risk as much, depending on, what I've done over the course of the day. So I may not risk as much on the trade. Stops for me are still stops, okay, but it's just a matter of, how many shares am I going to take? So I might reduce my risk. So instead of risking, let's just say if I risk 500 shares or $500 per trade, I might only risk maybe 400 or 350 later on in the day. Something, I mean, that's just, just making up some numbers. So what's the deal with this INVZ? Oh, I see. So Citron going long. I see. Platform X, formerly Twitter. And ridiculous. Really, the best unknown. Okay. Can I explain a one for three risk reward? Okay, well, let's just say, for instance, let's take this trade. Let's just do it right here. INVZ, and first of all, connect. This is in the simulator. And I'll just make up some numbers here. Let's see, 390. Yeah, okay. So we'll take 500 shares. Right at the market, spread's only a penny. Put my stop at 385, and I'll explain why. And you're going to see on the screen, you'll see approximately minus 100. Not approximately, right there. Okay, so right now I've got a 20-cent stop on this stock. Okay, so if I were looking at this as a, let's take a look left, 444, 40 cents. That is right on the cusp. Okay, of a one for two. So if I'm going to risk 20 cents, if I first of all, when I get into a trade, I know where my stop is going to be. I say, okay, this is where my stop is going to be. I'm just using this as an example, INVZ. But if I get into any trade, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working. It's my stop. So in this case, if I put my stop was 20 cents away. I wanted to make the math super simple. So you'd see I'm risking $100. I would have to be able then, before I would take the trade though, I would have to be able to look left and I would say, okay, could it go 40 cents, a one for two? One for three would be 60 cents. Okay. I'm risking 20 cents. Could it move 40 cents for me before it hits a resistance area? Okay. And so my minimum is a one for two. So I will not go into a trade unless I have what I consider a reasonable shot at making a one for two. So if my stop is 10 cents away, then I have to be able to look and see that there's nothing 20 cents away that could stop me on the chart. Doesn't mean it's going to move 20 cents, of course. Other all sorts of other factors could come into play, why it won't keep going. But I like to take chart resistance as one reason why a stock won't keep going up. That's all. So that's all. A one for three, a one for four, a one for two. You know what your risk is. So again, if it's 10 cents and you need a one for three, then you need to, excuse me, then you need to be able to look left and have 30 cents away, a one for three, risking 10 cents to make 30 cents. Okay. Does that make sense? In other words, now if I got an alert and I said, wow, okay, if I got into this one, where's my stop? And I saw it was 10 cents away, and then I look left and the next high is 5 cents away, I don't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to maybe make 5 cents. And there are some that will not take a trade unless it's a one for three. I'm more of a one for two, but everybody, you have to have your own style. No, there's no rule of thumb. So I don't say, well, my stop is always 10 cents away or 20 cents away or 1%. It's always based on something. Okay. Chart resistance, where I might look at a chart and think, okay, like, here. In fact, this is probably not the worst stop in the world. Where did I place it? 385. That wouldn't be the worst stop in the world. Look at this chart and look at the 15-minute chart. And in fact, the VWAP's at 388. So I mean, that is probably wouldn't have been a bad stop. Okay, so it's all I try to put as much science, if you want to call it science, behind it as I can, rather than just saying blanket. Well, I have a 10-cent stop every trade or a 1% stop every trade. I try to have it be based on something. You'll see that I take I love the whole number trade. So, for instance, if trade like this, if it got up to 410 or something, then if I took this trade in my real account, I might say, you know what, I'll put a stop just underneath that whole number of four. Because I'm one of these guys who just looks at the whole number as a support area that if it broke down through the whole number, I want to be out. So you'll see a lot of my trades are right around the whole number. Again, that is not every that's and again, not a recommendation to do the same thing. But that's why using the simulator, you can practice, not just you, Chris, but I mean, people can practice, how you're going to put your stops, how well do they work for you. And remember, there always has to be a reason to take a trade, not, oh, this looks good. Has to be a reason to take the trade. If you cannot come up with a reason other than this looks good, then you shouldn't take the trade. One moment, I'll be right back. I'm new there. All right, guys, there's the XPAV. I mean, this is maybe the start of a decent bounce. Now, the only issue, there's that VWAP now. 2058 is the VWAP. So what happens at the VWAP is going to be critical right now. Will it go into the VWAP at 2058? And will that prove resistance and then it'll drop, bounce off it down, or will it take it out? So if you were trying to play this VWAP play, you might say to yourself, okay, there's the VWAP at 2058. So it's not just a matter of, okay, take it if it goes above, but how much above? You might say maybe put an alert around, I don't know, 2070. Okay, put an alert maybe around 2063, 20 cents above. See if it gets there, and then see what happens when it does get there. Does it pull back into it a bit, or does it hold and then start to move? I don't know if On got upgraded, but it certainly had earnings, and it's an all-time high at one point. This is the all-time high for it, 111.38. It is an earnings play. I don't see. Okay, Riley, and put a price on 135. So I guess that's an upgrade. Sure. So I would probably, watch this one tomorrow for sure. See if it has second day continuation off earnings. Really hasn't had a big move. I mean, it's a big float, 429 million in the float for ON. So I mean, it really hasn't had a big percentage move. But if it takes out the high of today, tomorrow, it could go on a little bit of a run. Okay, guys. So we've now got a new website that we are just going here. A new website now. Now I believe this is on a. I believe this is a 15-minute delay. So if I wanted to search stocks, right now you can't type it in yet. I'm assuming. But notice in the popular stocks, this is using. Yeah, so uncover the biggest gainers, explore popular stocks, analyze unusual. So let's just click on ACHR and see what we. So this is a stock info dashboard. This is the new website that is kind of launching today, but the data is delayed by 15 minutes. And if you want real-time data, then that's where you subscribe right there. So I better get it out of Firefox and now into Chrome. You too, Zen. All right, guys. Well, I'm still really interested in this INVZ holding for nicely. But this is a great, again, why would I use this don't repeat? Well, I can click on, I can click on any one of these, say, okay, at INVZ at 10:03 Eastern time, the price was 4. What has it done since then? And I click on it, say, well, it hasn't moved. I still have a chance. I still have a chance to get in it if I want. TPX. So is that on? I know it was being hit hard because of. Oh, I see. So it's a good recovery for TPX. Yeah, great recovery. About a dollar. I shouldn't say great, but it's about a dollar, a little over a dollar. 43.23, 44.52. Okay, guys. So I still have my alert for CLS. CLS. I have it just over 22 in case it takes out 22 either tomorrow or later on today. CLS. Well, TWLO. Okay. So it's right at the VWAP, 6604. So, another, will it hold? Went into it. Obviously, it broke down through it earlier. It's come into it, and now it's just hanging around the VWAP area. Well, ACHR, you don't like this price. Well, when I saw it was 666. So anyway, it's 668 now. This may go without me. I'm still a little reluctant now. $7 is the next high, so it's a little bit close. I'm more interested in seeing what's happening with this INVZ. Hmm. Okay, guys, it's 2:16. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be wrapping this up. I'll stay later, of course, if there are questions. So I will talk a little bit about my homepage one last time and the information you can find on it. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Oops. So be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription, Barry 15, Barry 15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year, but I can get you a better subscription or a promo for 25% off a year. Okay, so all I have to do is to let me know if that's what you want to do. You must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Talks about your basically about the install, your login, your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Trading 101, if you're brand new to trading or looking for a refresher, okay, this is a great course. Michael Noss. Now, Michael will be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. That's his day. So he put this course together and it is free. Stock of the day, I do. You can sign up for that. That is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And the trade of the week is CLF. Let's see how it's doing. I know it was up from the suggested entry. Yep. 1726 was the suggested entry. So I mean, if you took it, you're in the money. These are meant to be longer term holds, but how you trade them will be entirely up to you if you trade them at all. Education section is right here. And then here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, oops, here they are. I'll get it right. Here we go. So these are the 10-day daily breakouts and down. Okay, my favorite and the option plays right there. This is all I do, really. Okay. So again, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage, use my promo. This is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. So when you take out a subscription using my link, it helps the room. The room gets credit. Okay. So that's all I ask. If you do take out a subscription, use my promo and invite your friends. Invite your friends and family come into the room, even if they're not traders. Maybe they're just interested in hearing, and not just myself, but I mean all the other we got some great traders in the room, so they're always posting information about potential trades, etc. So oh, you guys, this ENVX is getting closer and closer. It's just hanging around nicely over 4. Yeah, Joby is the sympathy play. It was moving a little bit earlier today. Let's see if it's still moving. Yeah, actually it is. It is moving. Total sympathy play with ACHR. It's really the one that got it going in this sector, vertical takeoff and landing. But the other one is not, I don't think it's moving at all. Yeah, not really. Well, it's up 10%, but it's only 13 cents. This is the other one, Lilium, LILM, but it's still hanging around, $1.30. Well, if you want to become a referral partner, I can give you a link for that. Then you can sign up as a referral partner and the room will get credit for that. Yes. I mean, if you're serious, but I have no idea if you're serious or not. Well, you can take a look at here's the affiliate program. Okay. Hopefully it's still alive. This one is still alive. Oops. Okay, I got to get a better link. Well, I have a better link. I should get a better link, but if you scroll down, you'll see the affiliate program. Okay. Okay. I mean, if you are serious, but you just have to scroll down. I thought I had a direct link, but I don't use this link very much anymore. But so I know I can get a better link. But if you scroll down, you'll see affiliate program. You can read through it. Wouldn't that be something if Grumpy became an affiliate of mine? Yeah, let me just go and create a better link. Give me a moment. Okay, I have a direct link now, so let me make sure that works. I think this works. There we go. Okay, so that's a direct link. Yeah, so I mean, listen, if you've got friends and family and all that, and you think you can want to talk to them about trade ideas, you can get some commission by selling trade ideas. Well, and it won't be just for one, okay? I just want to warn you, if you're kidding, not just one person. I think to become an affiliate, there's a minimum number. Most of the affiliates that we have websites, and so just so you know. No. Okay, guys. Well, I am still watching this INVZ. Okay, guys, INVZ now looks like it could want to move a bit here. 410, 411 now. William said that Yell was coming back a bit. So let's take a look at Yell. Yeah, I mean, there's the VWAP. So popped through the VWAP at 136 and kept going. Speaking of something that held the VWAP, guys, AMC. You hear me talk about it all the time, but I mean, if you want to become a VWAP type player, I mean, look at AMC. There's that blue line on the 15-minute chart. That is the VWAP. See what AMC did? It came into it a couple of times, and now it's sort of lifting off it. Look at top Tupperware. Look at top. Okay, came into the VWAP, broke down a little bit below it. Now it's sort of sitting on it. So, again, the idea would be maybe, you take the trade 430 or 431. Again, this is not the recommendation, but if you wanted to try something like that, you take the trade at 431 or so, and you put your stop at the VWAP, 415. I would probably put it a little bit below the VWAP, because, you don't want to, I'd probably put a few pennies below. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just about getting into this INVZ, and maybe for the late day run. 232 right now. Well, there's the XPAV, guys. XPAV looks like it is trying to take out that VWAP. Okay, 2057. So it's this is the VWAP area. So it is right at the VWAP. I keep forgetting to do this. What is the float? So this is a big float, 120 million in the float. Okay, 120 million. So it's not like, and they have earnings not tomorrow, but Wednesday, pre-market Wednesday. Oops. What time we're going to have this again with interactive brokers and their headlines. Okay, guys, I've taken it. INVZ. Let's see if it has a late day run now. So now, of course, what I want to see is I want to see INVZ over and over and over again right here. Right at the top here in the option play scan. That will mean it's making a new high. You know, yeah, I don't want to say Z. I want to say Z, but that's okay. Okay. Why 414, Jay? I'm not looking left on my ah, you're right. You're right. So there's a daily high at around 414, isn't there? I wasn't looking at the daily high. I was just looking at the weekly. Yeah, I can see this red line now right there. So that is around 414, 415. Come on, how hard can that be? Where was it? Yeah, 3 days. 3 days of it. Meanwhile, ACHR guys making new highs. Hey, Jamie, we're right there. We're right there. 414, 415 for the INVZ. INVZ. Well, oh, oh no. I'm sorry. I accidentally clicked on TUP in my trading platform and it said jump to 420. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's the INVZ, but no, no. I thought the INVZ jumped to 420, but no. All right, guys, 240. So again, obviously, I'm just waiting to see if this INVZ can really break out. So while I'm waiting, good time to ask some questions if you have any. I see SYM is probably making new highs. SYM, it's an earnings play. SYM. Never really saw this other than in the pre-market. I knew it was an earnings play. It's too bad. Oh, that's really too bad. Should have paid a lot more attention to SYM. I mean, look at that move. $45, 56. Not straight up, but from 45 to 52, almost straight up. This would not have shown up on my option scanner because it is over $40. But yeah, 13 times normal. Doesn't trade very many options, only 11,000 right now contracts, but that is 13 times normal. Yeah, I can see that. You only had one, had 45 minutes or 30 minutes, but not a huge pullback. and then another move up, little pull. This would have been this would have been the time I'd be taking some profit in that 30-minute section right there. So this one has been halted again. Probably a few halts today. I'm only seeing this one right there. I don't see the last few halts. Oh, we just see it as a resume. I wonder why we don't see the halts. It's because I think what happened is when it resumed, then it instantly got halted, and for whatever reason, our software doesn't want to pick it up. Interesting. I wonder why I'm not. I don't see all the halts. Moment, please. Well, here's one that's and the volume's increasing, guys. INVO. Look at the volume increase for INVO. It is popping here. The next high looking whoa, it's got some room, guys. INVO's got some room. It had a big day on Friday, but then it sold right off. I got up to 725, but it closed way down here at 4 something. And it's trying to come back. I mean, it was a big volume day for it on Friday, but the volume is coming in. We have no float information. Hmm. So they did a reverse split, obviously, at some point. I can't remember when. I do sort of remember this, but because there are only 780,000 in the float, and that is the INVO. All right, that's right. It was 2 days ago. You're right. Now I remember this one. Come on. INVZ. Yeah, look at TUP now. You're absolutely right, Neil. I mean, TUP is coming back also, guys. TUP is coming back. Tupperware, TUP is coming back. And look what happened. So it broke down through the VWAP, came up into the VWAP, kind of held the VWAP for a bit, and then started to move. I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me if it took out the high of the day at some point, 479, the way it's trading. Again, the next high, if it does do something like that, is around 5. Why are China stocks up? Well, it's just from last week, Larry. China, the government saying they're going to try to help their economy. I mean, that's a very simplistic way of stating it, but that's from last week. Just take a look at Web. So I mean, look, that was Monday. Or was that Tuesday? That was no, that was Monday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then there's Friday. But on that day is when the government said, "Hey, we're going to try to help our economy." Whatever. Okay. But why would it show up for others, Pepe? I don't understand your pull cycle, but why would it show up for others and not for me when we have exactly the same scan? And you're right. If I do a history, they'll probably be there. But boy, GDRX. Hmm. Well, maybe William is fibbing. When I look at this GTRX and I look at my where it was in, out. Well, I think he's using our software. And you're using the Pulse resumes, right, William? Our Pulse resumes. Okay, so look at XPath, guys. This is going to be really interesting tomorrow with the XPath. I mean, it's already interesting today. It's come off 20. It has come off the bottom of 20. The VWAP held it so far. Well, this INVZ is slow as molasses, but no reason for I'm up little. No reason to get out of it, just in case. I don't know. It's really got it. That 415. You're right. That 415 area. There were 3 days there. Yeah, so here are the yeah, so there are 3 days there, the high 415, the high 413, the high 416. This is the 7th, 8th, and 9th of March. Yeah, 7th, 8th, and 9th of March. Now, if I can get through that, then 444 is the next high. So it's just struggling just to get through that little area. Also, how much volume was there? Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We just have to wait and see. What do I think of 5N? Okay, let's take a look at FIVN. All right, so it has earnings coming up on the 7th, August 7th. Well, you can kind of see on the weekly chart, it's really struggling to get through 90. Whereas, you look a few months before and the last few weeks to get through 90. I guess if we can get through 90, but I think it's all about what are they gonna come out with when they have earnings. So that won't be next week, it'll be the week after. I mean, right now it's having a nice little day. I don't know if there's any news other than, they're saying they're announces upcoming conference participation. But I think it's all about whatever they're going to do it during earnings. No, no, no. I don't even look, Larry. Do I know what general expectations are on retail earnings? No. Even if I knew, it wouldn't matter. They can say anything they want. It's just a matter of, well, let's see how does the market react to whatever their earnings is. Remember now, it's all about guidance too. It's not just what the earnings are, what revenues and earnings per share. It's all about what the guidance is going to be. So they could say, yeah, we had a great little quarter, but we're not expecting as much in the next quarter. That'll kick it. But the reason I don't care about the expectations is because I don't ever trade through earnings. I'm not going to take a trade through earnings. I'll let the earnings happen and then I'll trade afterwards if I want to. So, and it's looking at the last quarter. So that let's call it January, February, March, approximately. So that's after the holiday season. I don't know what retailers. Of course, I think they make about 80% of their of their revenue or so in that holiday season. I don't know if 80%, but it's a huge number. So obviously what happened in that week, yeah, what happened in that week is that we had those 3 days, but the high of the week was up here at 444. We had those 3 days at that 415 level, but the high of the week. Yes, about Black Friday. Yes. I'm just waiting for the first, we're now August 1, the first glimpse of Christmas ornaments. Yeah, I did see that upgrade for TCOM, $50 this morning. Can't remember who did it, but yeah, JP Morgan. That's right. JP Morgan upgraded it. Hmm. Getting this no data now again for my now the last time that happened, Pepe said I had to have an updated version of IB. I think that's what happened. So we'll see tomorrow. I've not, I don't do anything, Pepe. I don't switch. I'm not on I never was on the beta. I'm just on whatever. But how do I tell again? File, change version. I'm on the stable. Oh, beta is now there. See, now beta is there for me and it wasn't there. I don't think I was on the beta though, because I didn't have that option. The beta is the one where it has the trading view charts, I think, right? Yeah, I was not on. Well, let's see. Well, let's see. I'll load a chart. No, single chart. So I was never on the beta. I've always been on the so-called stable version. Uh, well, I didn't do it on purpose, Pepe. I guess that's what trying to say. I did not choose beta. This is the first time I think I've seen beta as an option. I may be wrong. And it was working earlier. Yeah, yeah, I do remember now. It was working earlier. And now, okay, I've gone back. They're doing a restart. I picked stable. So I'm going to have to log in again. What's the biggest, or who are, after hours today, Larry? I'm not sure. Just let me, I'm just going to get, But if I was on the beta version, then it's still not showing me the trading view charts. Ooh, this has screwed something up. Whoops. This has screwed something up for me here. Wow. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I'm going to have to reload. I want to see if this, no, there's no option that I see that shows trading view charts. But you know what? I've got a problem here. Let's see if I can load it, my interactive brokers, just from scratch the way I want it. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to load my brokerage platform again. I hope I didn't save all that from before. See, trade over 10,000 US stocks and ETFs around the clock. Ugh. Okay, I've got some okay, I've got some stuff to take care of here. Hmm. Yeah, my formatting is all screwed up for the first time in 8 years. I'm going to have to do some work on this after hours, guys. In fact, I might get out right now. I want to get out. Yeah, it's 3:05 right now. Hey, guys, I'm going to have to get out of here. I'm going to have to do some work on my interactive brokers platform right now, so it's okay for tomorrow. So when I load it, I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. So sorry about that. Let me get this message in. So again, thanks for all the help, and I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, the same with you guys.